do. I think we're set up. New lives odd? Yes, sir, Bob. Alright. Warm up with some puzzles, and then I'm hop into it. What's up, BP? Cue the music. What's up, JP? Oh, it was just made in one on E2. Got a little lazy. Someone just invited me to co-host. It like distracted me for a second. I was very confuzzled. I didn't even know if they were a chess player or not. I don't know who else would be inviting me to a live stream, but oh, come on. Ah, it was queen d3, not f3. Not terrible for a warm up though. Alright. Let's hop into it. Try to get to 3,000 tonight. Well, the highest rated rapid player in the world is 2,900, so I'm not quite sure that'll be doable tonight. It's a theme song for a villain? What? What do you mean it's a theme song for a villain? Have you ever seen Shrek? Shrek ain't no villain. What do you mean theme song for a villain? I'm holding on for a hero till the end of the night. He's gotta be strong and he's gotta be fast. Bro, tournament, bro. Create tournament, bro. Alright, don't be spamming in my chat. Alright, I see you. We might do a tournament tonight, but it's never at the start of streams because there's like no people here. So I always like start out with like a game or two. Then when more people join, I kind of take it from there, see what more people are feeling. Alright, don't be spamming in the chat. Alright, drowns out other people's questions. I read the comments. I'm just one person, so I miss things from time to time. Appreciate the follow, EYD. Let's play Closed Sicilian. I think I played against this guy yesterday, maybe? Appreciate the follow, Eric Ray. Shout out. Let's go bishop to e3. Goes there. Wonder if I should go like a4. shut down his ideas of like b5, or at least initially. Do I want to play here? Maybe rook here. Defend the c2 pawn. What's up, H-Dog? What's up, Wi-Fi? Don't wait around, head over to YouTube right now. Chat, indeed, we are also live on YouTube, right over at General Zod Chess, if you want to watch the stream with a wider layout. Goes a6. What do I want here? Like b3? Maybe h4? I don't know, I'm gonna play h4. Why is it called Gambit and not Wolverine? Shout out the X-Men, right? That's a terrible pod. Just because, what do you call it? The gambit is derived from the form of gambling, right? Now let's see. I could go knight to d1 maybe. I could also go pawn a5. Is pawn a5, knight c6 good for black though? Because is my pawn like endangered? Eventually I think I want to go f4. Kind of have that on a delay. I could go knight back to d1. Maybe. Hmm. I think I'll just go f4. Appreciate the follow, Grayson33, shout out. Yo man, shout out Liam, please. It always makes me nervous when people are like just shout out random people or eat. Why should I shout out? What has Liam done to deserve being shouted out? That's the question. E5 looks like a pretty reasonable sacrifice. Knight c6. I think I'm supposed to go e5 here. I guess there's a chance it's not good, but I don't know. Over 25 hundo, let's go. For the time being at least, alright, shout out. We pushed up there earlier today. It's not a new personal best, but it does feel good to get back up there. And we'll see if we can maintain that level though. I feel like that was a really good move. I don't want to give up my bishops. Takes. Bishop f4. Might be the move. Gotta pick up the speed and the pace as well. Burn a lot of time and we're only 16 moves into the game. What's the personal best? I think my personal highest rating with Rapid is 2530. $26.50 and above is like where all the grandmasters are. And it's like top 50-ish in the world. Appreciate the follow, Postiker. Appreciate the follow, EEO. I've seen 3 of your brilliant moves on my For You page today. You're getting so good. I appreciate it. We had like 7 brilliants yesterday. Although I do think brilliants are at the end of the day like more or less a marketing scheme by chess.com to try and get people to like buy premium. Like brilliants don't mean nothing, right? They still, if you hit a brilliant, that still does mean you're playing good chess. But I think people like use that as the bar or the measure for playing really good chess, you know? When in reality, it kind of means you're playing really good, like aggressive chess. Not brilliant chess necessarily, but brilliant aggressive chess. Because a brilliant, by definition, is not a brilliant move, but a move that like sacrifices material and improves your position. I think I take. Zod, question for you? Is that the question? Let's go. If I go knight to e2, I could be in trouble. I don't love this position at all. I gotta. It is my position, so it's up to me to make the most of it. F3 is a very weak square. G5, I don't want to get chased out of. Okay. Let's go here. King F2 maybe. Defend the pawn. Oh dear, pawn to G5 is deadly. Oh, I missed pawn to G5. He misses it too, though. I mean, I don't know if I'm like all right in this position, but I know for a fact pawn to G5 ended the game on the spot. So better to be alive and in a bad spot than just GG. So if I go queen to E3, he takes on E5. If I go bishop here, he takes on E5 with the queen. I'm gonna do it. Again, still not in a good position, but I was 1000% lost because G5, if I take and he takes back, my bishop would be under attack, and the H file opens up with my king on F2, so he could go here and skewer with the rook. I would have had to retreat my bishop back, and all of my safety around my king would have just been crumbling down. It's kind of like this position, but instead of what do you call it? Instead of goes there and go here. If he takes, rook to b3, knight to g4, king to g2. Where does his queen go? There's no more king to... No, king to g2 is fine. Takes, yeah. But he can go queen to a5. I'm looking really deep into this right now. Probably too deep. Because when you start looking far ahead, the chance for complications heighten. I can't go bishop back to f4. He will spot g5 if I keep giving him the opportunity to find it. I don't like the idea of just lying down doing nothing, so I'm going to play aggressively, see if I can drum up some counterplay here. Michaelis and Gambit coming to the stream, dropping a Galaxy. Alright, shout out. I completely missed it. Galaxy's on, Galaxy time's on. Alright, everyone's just in panic mode. Appreciate it, Michaelis and Gambit. Shout out, baby. Appreciate the ice cream cone trap jitsu. No reaction for a Galaxy. My bad, chat. I'm Nessie the locked in monster to a game of chess, alright? I get a little bit distracted every now and again, you know? Trying to survive these positions I find myself in. He takes with the bishop. I could take. Seems very, very, very dicey. But it is technically a legal move on the chessboard. I could go rook to b3, my initial plan. He gets a knight to d4. I don't love the looks of that. He might be able to sack on g3. Oh no! It just I missed that h5 comes with, or h4 comes with check. I missed this. Oof. I mean, he kind of messed that up a little bit. He takes with the queen though. I'm down 2 pawns. I also don't have any safety for my king. So I can't really ignore the queen trade. If I don't go for it, I'm getting mated. I mean, there's very little I can do in this endgame, because not only am I down 2 pawns, but my position is awful. My rooks are misplaced. It's very close to just being resignable. Which is unfortunate. We just pushed our way back up to 25 on no within first game of the stream. Gosh darn it. But it's the way it goes sometimes, baby. Alright. After knight to d4, yeah, I have to play knight to e2. I don't think I can hold on here. I mean, he's trading material off. Logical, because when you're up 2 pawns, it's easier to convert your advantage. I think if he kept material on the board, it would have been a lot easier for him, because I was in a much worse spot before. I'm still, what do you call it? This position is still definitely losing. Add to the fact I only have a minute to figure this out. Doesn't matter. Either rook over, I'm still playing here. Takes with the pawn. I can't take with the pawn and hope to survive that in game, so. Rook in game, down 2 pawns, logistically speaking, or practically speaking, whatever you want to call it, it's definitely lost. But you also don't get punished. You know, there's no punishment to playing on in a chess game. Alright. He wants to maneuver the king over. Let's go king there. So I'm playing rook back, saying if you swing your king over there, alright, swing my rook over here. I should have gone here, probably. I mean, I don't know if I blundered that. I don't. This might just be the only, what do you call it, continuation I got. Even if it's not a good one. But this pawn is at least a little loose. The problem is with 2 connected passers, that's a lot to try and stop, you know? Like, your opponent has to make, like, a series of really, really harsh mistakes. I still have 40 seconds. I gotta keep the speed up. Let's take. I only have 30 seconds. I'm currently losing 100 elo without knowing why. What should I do? I mean, if you've been playing constantly, like your rating is going to go up and down. I hit my personal best of rapid, like 2530, only like 3 weeks ago. And then I've been playing rapid since, and my rating has gone down to like 2397 only like last week. So rating fluctuations, like your rating is going to go up and down if you continue playing. It doesn't always go straight up. There's going to be days where you're like on your game, off your game, you know. You might just run some really stout competition. Maybe you just make a few mistakes here and there that cost you. Like there's all these different factors that play in, and no matter what level you're at the end of the day, the factors that play in are human factors, not necessarily factors of your chess skill. Fortunately, we're all humans, so I would say don't put too much thought into it, right? There's nothing wrong with caring about your rating, as you should, you know, care about something you put a lot of time and work into. Just don't let it be the end all be all. Ask yourself if you think you're still playing the same quality of chess. And if you think, you know, maybe I've been doing a few things wrong more than normal, but nothing too bizarre, then I wouldn't read too much into it. I gotta move quickly. Trying to figure out what he's going to do next. I really don't know. He might just go king c3. Takes. I blundered with that move. It's going to cost me the game. It might have been a draw for like a split second. Maybe. I might have been losing the whole time, though. Darn it! Alright. Not how we want to start it off. One mistake, but the ops played really well. Minus 12 rating points. Alright. Got some grinding to do. Let's go ahead and see what went wrong. Congrats on 2,500. Appreciate. Well, we've hit 2,530 before. So 2,500 isn't my personal best or anything, but I was pretty happy to hit it earlier today. Alright. Accuracy wasn't great. Ops kind of threw me off of my normal opening repertoire, and I thought I could punish pawn to h6 somehow. But I wasn't quite sure how. I guess I have to go pawn to f4. I don't think it was right to start focusing on the queen side, and I think pawn to h4 is just a jumble of a move. Like, I started focusing on the wrong thing here in the middle game. Got myself a much worse position, and I thought I was just losing after pawn to g5. He went for this line, which I think was a little better. And bishop takes h6. I mean, yeah, bishop takes g3 here. Very nice sacrifice, because he's going to get the bishop back. And here's an even better, what do you call it? Move. He captures with check. And now we're just in the endgame. And black is completely winning here, but he trades everything off a little bit early. I mean, it's still completely winning, but it gives me a little bit of ability to come back. I thought maybe for a second I might have been equal, but he just played really well. But pawn to f4, this was a blunder. But I had to go rook to f5 to hold it. And capturing that pawn did not matter. Once again, I had to bring my rook down so that he couldn't advance his pawns. Should have seen this, but with time pressure, I wasn't able to squeak it out. Alright, let's go again. I like how humble you are in defeat, a true chess player. I appreciate it, Brad. Let's go again, chat. Just play pawn to e4. No reason to be rattled. He's going to play a Scandinavian. I don't like taking the taking that extra pawn. I'm just going to play a chess game. We're going to play it kind of like it's a exchange French or something. He goes there. I think I'll go bishop to e2. If he goes bishop to g4, I think I'll just play bishop to e3. Let's go knight to f3, so his queen is no longer attacking the pawn on g2. Makes a lot of logical sense to me. He goes there. trying to hit my pawn on c2. Now, I could defend the pawn with knight to a3. Is there some way to continue my development and ignore that? Because I do have a lead in development. Like if I take, or if I castle, he takes, I play queen to e1, he goes bishop to e7 or something. I mean, knight to a3 is playable. There's also pawn to c3 or c4. I don't really want to put my knight on the edge of the board. I guess I'll go c3 or c4. Why was his brilliant move brilliant? Because he sacrificed the bishop in order to make it happen. And he goes here vying for the early in-game. Fascinating. Makes sense. He's like, I'm so far behind on development. Let's just castle. Let him trade queens. I'll play the in-game. Play the in-game on my terms, though, where I'm getting a huge lead in development. Pawn to h5. Very unorthodox playstyle from the ops, to be sure. It looks wrong on every account of what I know, but I have to actually prove it. Unfortunately, chess doesn't work like you just stare at your opponent's move and you're like, that's a bad move. And then you can just play, and then because it's a bad move, you know, you win the game. You have to figure out and prove why it's a bad move. If you can't do that, then is it really a bad move? Of course, it's also a game of respect, because you have to respect your opponent enough to think that, well, if I play this bad move, they'll see it, so I shouldn't. You have to respect your opponent's ability enough to not underestimate them. I think I just go d5. Trying not to overcomplicate this game too much. Let's go knight to b5. Create an anchor for the knight. Hit the pawn on a7, attack the c7 square. He goes there to defend it. If I take this pawn, I'm going to go here, just so there's no knight b4, knight c2. I mean, if he wants to defend the pawn, he has to go back and waste a move, alright, which he can do, legally speaking. He goes there. And go here and hit the pawn on g7. If I take, he plays bishop f6, I go bishop c3. I'm overthinking this, I think. I'm just going to take. A pawn's a pawn. He goes there. I could go bishop to c1, but I think I'm just going to go bishop c3. Well, I'm double the pawns up, but I feel like because my double pawn protects b4, it should be a pretty decent positional advantage. And then I can just park a knight on b5, put pressure on d6, and I should be able to generate something with a lot of nice winning chances. Four bars? That's rare. That's messed up. We get 4 bars every stream. What do you mean that's rare? Appreciate the follow, user 158395730. Alright, can try to be a little negative with the Wi-Fi connection right now. I don't like it. It's 7 a.m. in Mongolia and your opponent is playing. Shout out, baby. Alright, Genghis would be proud. He's not sleeping, instead he's conquering other people's kings and castles. Well, I guess he's not conquering castles, but you know what I mean. We just go here. If he goes bishop g4, there's always rook e1. Are you titled, Zod? I am not. Someone explained the 4 bars thing. It's just your internet connection. Past couple of streams, or not the past couple, but like some of the what do you call it? Earlier streams over the past few days, we've had like Wi-Fi problems because there's been storms in my area. Everyone's saying the ops are cheating. I don't know, chat. If this guy is cheating, like I I I'm not getting a better position against a computer. All right, people need to understand that. So if he is cheating, like he's not right now, you know, or he wasn't like at the start of the game. Just makes me wonder how people are convinced he is cheating. I guess just go here. Get the rook on the open file. Like, on my very best day, if someone is cheating against me, I could beat them theoretically because they have to use the computer to put in the moves for them. So, you know, if they do that the entire game and the game drags on forever, eventually they get low on time and they can't do that anymore, and all of a sudden it's a like a 900 rated player or something playing against me, in which case I can turn the tide. But in general, like on my best day, playing my best chess, I am like nowhere near a computer, you know? His account is 3 days old. He's just lowering his accuracy so he doesn't get banned. He joined 2 days ago. I don't know. If I take on c7 and play knight to g5, going after his pawn, he plays knight to e5 to defend. What if I do that immediately? Then he takes. I take back. Do I want my pawns undoubled there? Takes. Knight to g5. If he goes knight to, or rook to f8, what do I do? Guess I'll take. It's kind of weird. Alright, I mean, it's kind of weird that he wouldn't pre-move that, but I don't know. Some people just play slowly. Knight to g5. How do you defend that? Rook to f8. I feel like it's got to be knight to g5. Hitting the pawn. Bro is spending time to recapture. Some people just play slowly though, you know? If I go f4, he takes with the knight. I go rook here, check. Where does his king go? King to b8 or b6. Take with the knight. Knight e2. I could go for the slower approach with g3 first. If this guy's lowering his accuracy, what makes you think he's like... If his accuracy is low, then I assume that means he's not winning all his games, right? I take... He takes and attacks. I could take his knight, he takes my knight. Then what? Takes, up one, king f2, up one, king 2. Up one. I have like no way of winning this. You never know, chat. Tried to catch him sleeping. Darn, it was a draw all the way up to the end. -4 rating points for a draw? Ah! 0 mistakes. I mean, he played the endgame well. He played that game at 95% accuracy at a 2750 level, and I played it at a 2700 level. Lead with the king. Why didn't you push? I can fast forward to the end game here if you guys want. The position was better for me basically the entire end game, but I was never able to like realize my advantage into anything significant. I had to play rook to f3, but I wasn't sure what to do after knight to f5. We trade everything off, and then the rooks come off the knights come off the board. White is a little bit better, but it's never enough to actually play for a win. We get in this position where there's 2 pawns versus 1. Now, if with rooks on the board, it's basically impossible to promote your pawn into a queen, because one of the main ways that you move your king down the board with the pawn is you shield it on the other side of the pawn with the rook. Obviously, with flank pawns, that's not possible since they're on the edge of the board. So the position just rolls on. I'll fast forward until, let's see, we do this dance for a while, and then eventually the rooks just come off the board. And I do not believe at any point, yeah, you can see it's just going to be a draw no matter what. I can try my very best, but just to illustrate, as you can see by the bar saying, if I try and lead in front, the black king just stays with me. I can never gain the outside presence, right? If I go here, he's going to mirror me. So no matter what I try to do to gain the outside presence, he's just going to mirror me. And then if I try and sneak in around, he just takes over, inches his way to the pawn. I can try my best to push the pawn up, but here, as long as my opponent doesn't blunder. Now, for example, one blunder, if he were to play something like king to g7, then this would be a blunder, and all of a sudden the game would be over. I didn't expect my opponent to make the blunder, but it doesn't hurt to try, right? So after king to g7, now the game is over, because now my king is in the opposition. And now if he goes left, I go right. He goes right, I go left. But I never had that chance to actually make that happen during the game. The ops did a really, really good job of shoring everything up. Appreciate the Had a Mustachio Miles, shout out. Or appreciate the 4GG's Wi-Fi. And the Hard Me, appreciate the Rose Christian. Appreciate the 5 Roses Jared Zaninga, shout out. You still got to put him through the test, you know? Make sure. That's why I retreated my king. I was like, all right, if we're going to be doing this, I'm going to like do it all the way just to make sure, but he never let my king inch in front. Here, I was like, okay, the pawn's going to advance down the board, for example, not there. But if he were to blunder and go somewhere like this, then all of a sudden I win. But he just realized he could seize the pawn. All right, if I had kept advancing, then he would have gotten stalemate. You go here, I push the pawn, you drop your king back, I go here, you just drop your king back, and now if I push, you just walk your king over one. I only have these 3 squares if I want to advance or stay even. This is stalemate because my opponent has no legal moves. All right, let's move on to the next one. I mean, the account's 2 days old. He played at 95% accuracy, but I played at 94.6%, so you could argue it was just a really well played in-game by both sides, where he never really made any true blunders. Is it beneficial to play quickly when your opponent is low on time? If your opponent's low on time and you want to put pressure on the clock, absolutely it's important to play quickly. It's important if you have time to not play too quickly, but you do want to keep in mind that your opponent is a human. So if you're taking a lot of time to think when your opponent does have much time, that means that they are also using your time to think, right? So if you want, and that's why a lot of people are able to move quickly, because a lot of the other players will still take their time. Now, if you have time, you should treat it as a valuable resource, because it is, right? I'm not so sure about bishop to b2. Ops are playing a little weird, by the way, but really not sure with about what he's doing at the moment. I guess I'll just go rook c8. I'm going to ignore everything. Thread knight b4. And then I'll see how he reacts to that. Okay, and then I'll deal with this. I mean, I'll take the pawn. Pawn's a pawn. Don't see much harm in taking it. Better be a pawn up than a pawn down. The h-file does open up for potential attacks in the future, so something I'm going to have to be aware of. But if I just try and make a break through the center, how does he stop me? You go here. Now I go here. Putting more pressure on the pawn. 3 attackers, 2 defenders. You couldn't defend it, at least not easily. You could sack the rook. Interesting, a rook sack, okay. So, I think I'm going to make a real attempt to break open the center here. Let's really try and bust it open. Goes there. If I take, doesn't seem to do anything for me. If I play queen c7, he captures with the bishop. I play queen c5. He takes on h5, I take on h5. I could trade queens, but then he takes on d3. The bishop. Play b5 immediately. That kind of just spurs him doing what he was going to do anyway. Could go knight h5. Gotta move. I'm spending so much time here. Appreciate the follow, user 89821. Appreciate the follow, BR Ismail. Shout out. I can take on e2. He takes on e2. Doesn't look good. Rook sack on c4 doesn't seem to accomplish anything. I can go queen to c7. Takes on e5 with the bishop. Queen to c5 just feels very dicey. Maybe it's not. Guess we'll just go queen c7. Not completely sure about it, but oh well. Appreciate the heart me Icky shout out. Appreciate the hat of mustachio Miles. Just go queen c6. Congrats on the sponsored stream. Any more to come? I appreciate it, Doyle. Sponsored stream was a couple weeks ago, but thank you nonetheless. Or shout out, baby. Rook here, maybe. Queen c3. Knight f4. f6. Gotta pick up the pace. There's an in-between move here. Takes. He plays queen to e3. Question is, do I get greedy and play queen takes g2, rook takes h7, knight takes h7, rook takes c8. I don't think so, but... Alright, you have 4 minutes. Just move. Gotta skedaddle. He's gonna take, and we're playing an endgame. I'm up a pawn, so I have winning chances. You almost got mated in one, did I? If I had gone for, what was that? That line I just talked about. There is mate in one there? If you go something like f3, should I go rook to d1? Probably not, because my knight's so far out of play. He goes there. If I go b5, kick the knight, where does his knight go? e5. I play rook to d2 check. b5. Knight to e5. Rook to d2 check. Takes. e3. I don't know, that looks kind of dicey. Gotta move. Gotta pick up the speed. think I go here. Offer the trade of knights. I don't know if he goes for it or not. And pre-move it. Appreciate the gold medal, Sergeant. Shout out, baby. Alright, I completely missed that chat. I'm Dusty the locked in monster. Apologies. Take it. Oh boy, king and pawn games are always the most complex. But I'm pretty sure. What? 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 He miscalculated? I'm not gonna lie. I just had like 10 years taken off of my life because of the speed and confidence at which he played it. I did not fully calculate it. I just like from instinctively knowing. I just from playing enough in games, you know. I'm just like, all right. Clearly, I'm in time to stop this pawn. Okay. I mean, I think that was the scariest part of the end game right there. This guy's also cheating. Chat. Number one, alright, I don't want to see people accusing my ops of cheating, alright? Even if you think they might be, it doesn't matter. It's a 10-minute game of chess, you know? Don't ruin someone's online experience for the game. Just because, you know, either the person you were rooting for didn't win, or it could be your own game. It's not that deep. If they're cheating, they'll get caught. I don't think this guy is cheating at all. And I would also like to, the second point is that I'm up 2 pawns in a winning king and pawn in game. All right, I'm never, ever, ever, ever going to beat a computer, at least not the strongest ones like Stockfish, in such a clean manner. I say in such a clean manner, but it's not like the game is technically already over. I think I go here. Appreciate the follow, Anthony Gonzalez 3930. We're also live on YouTube chat over General Zod Chess if you guys want to watch the stream with a wider viewing. I'm Kyle. Shout out Kyle. Kyle is in the chat. Alright, Kyle/Vinny. You are not a cheater in my book. You are a strong op. Alright, don't let the trolls in the chat get to you. People always fear what they don't understand. Appreciate the lightning bolt poopsie muffin. Shout out. Let's go king to e3 here. I wonder if the ops were listening in. Were you listening to the game during the game, Vinny? Like, were you listening to me talk? I've always wondered if opponents I play in like real rapid games will pull the stream up and like listen to me sound out some of my ideas or like threats. Icky dropping the gaming keyboard. Shout out, baby. Appreciate it. I've been watching you for a minute. Do you ever play Modern Defense? I'll have kind of similar setup structures. I like the more modernized openings in Bullet. I'm stream sniping in chess. I mean, I don't mind if people do. I feel like 90% of the time the moves that win me the game, I'm not gonna spot until it's like too late one way or the other. Appreciate the Team Bracelets God Promises 1. Shout out. Stream sniping in chess. We're evolving. Just gonna start pre-moving. Do you teach classes, bro? I don't have any like lessons or anything that I teach on my channel at the moment. Last year I had a teaching job teaching middle schoolers and high schoolers chess while I was in my senior year of college. Good game, Kyle 2 Real. Shout out, baby. Very, very, very well played. Kyle needs to reside. I mean, I was kind of distracted yapping, so it worked out. Alright, good game, Kyle/Vinny. Appreciate the follow. Might just be that guy. Alright, he's not just the guy. He might be that guy. Another game with the black pieces. It is what it is. I like being aggressive and playing with the white side sometimes. Because I get to, whoa, set the tone of the game, the bird's opening. There's been a lot of people on the channel asking me if the bird opening is any good lately. And it very, 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 very rarely gets played at my level. Like, this is, I think, the first time I've encountered the opening in a rapid game. So, for all the people that been asking about it, at least we get to see it now. Appreciate the follow, Bloodlust. Ops have fallen deep into the think tank here, which is making me wonder if that might have been a mouse slip. But we'll see. Who you got, Charles or Chandler? For, what is that? General Zog. I appreciate it. Love the name. That's funny. Appreciate the heart me Johans DE shout out. I use F4 as starting in white position is a good opening. I found a lot of moves with that opening. To be honest, an opening being like good or bad doesn't really matter. It matters a little bit, but what it matters more is your familiarity and knowledge within that opening, like knowledge of where to put your pieces. Typically, people don't open with F4 because it opens around a lot of weak squares around the king, because most people tend to castle this way. So I think a lot of people are very tentative about it, and especially at a beginner level, you can lose a lot of games very quickly if you aren't used to shoring up that diagonal. But so it's not one of the main openings, and most people would say it isn't a objectively good opening. But like I said before, it matters very little if an opening is good or not. It's very relative, right? If you go into if you play a rare opening, then that means your opponents probably have or not probably, but your opponents have a much smaller chance of already knowing what to play against it, right? So it's easier for them to get lost, in trouble, go down the wrong path, etc., than it is with mainline openings. Now, some of the drawback is that if they, for whatever reason, happen to be well-versed in that opening, that unorthodox opening that you enjoy, whatever it may be, then a lot of times they can get really good positions out of it. Because not only are you playing against someone who knows the line and knows which moves to make, but you might not be used to seeing, like, the best moves, you know? But a lot of it's give and take at the end of the day. If I go, like, D5, maybe? D5, might be a little overly aggressive, I feel. Appreciate the follow, try for Noah, shout out. Ding or Gukesh? I don't know. It would be very exciting to have, I believe Gukesh would be the youngest world champion of all time. And maybe, you know, we can start to be like, this is the next Magnus. Like, you know, Gukesh is going to overtake Magnus. It's kind of a weird World Chess Championship, I guess, from a certain perspective, because whoever wins this isn't going to be like, you know, the strongest player in the world, which is really weird. Now, do I capture here? Or do I take here? Takes on E3 first feels more natural. I think I do that. And then I take on G7. Are you going to cover the World Chess Champions Series match, Zod? I plan on it. I wasn't able to last year with college and everything. My schedule, even with classes, forget like hockey and hanging out with friends, just when it came to like classes, did not line up with the timing of last year's World Chess Championship at all. But now that I'm, you know, graduated, walked the plank, I don't know how it's going to go or how I'm going to cover it, to be honest. I haven't, like, given it too much thought. I've never tried to cover an event with classical chess games before, right? And classical chess games like the World Chess Championship, those games can take up to 4.5 to 6.5 hours, right? So I don't know if people want me just like standing in front of a chessboard or standing in front of a screen just yapping for 3 hours straight. Probably could have gone Queen F6 as well, maybe, but So I don't know exactly yet if I would like give commentary on the game and then go play games while the actual game is going on, while players are in deep think. Because I could definitely squeeze in even like one rapid game sometimes in certain situations, two rapid games before either of them make a move. Maybe playing with viewers, just like, so I'm not sure if it'd be like a normal stream, but I just not have the World Chess Champion in the ship in the background, but like, I don't know. Zod, we could listen to you talk all night. I appreciate it, Mark. Zod, we like listening to you yap. All right, I appreciate it, chat. All right, gotta figure out what to do. Chat's got me blushing. I could go rook to d8 to just shore everything up. What if he tries to double up? Then maybe that's when I commit to knight to f6. But I feel like I gotta at least challenge for control of the file first. Appreciate the follow. Whoa, bro, love your streams, man. I appreciate that, Menazadar. Shout out. We appreciate the yap. The yap is what makes it interesting. I guess that is true. But, what do you call it? I can... I would love to go like knight to f6 and then queen to c5. I'm gonna do it. Because if he goes queen to b2, I'll just drop my king back or something. Best yapper on the app. Shout out, baby. Let's check and then play knight to g4 instead of playing knight g4 immediately. Because now after the check, there's like f2 shenanigans and whatnot. Always fun. I also have the bishop pointed here, just something to keep in mind as well. Maybe I go knight g4 first, so that way he can't play like queen to f2. I don't know. Queen takes f2. Takes. Takes with the pawn would be mandatory. So maybe I can give him doubled pawns. It's something. Yeah, I really feel like I should have played... let's go here. I feel like I should have played knight to g4 first and threatened queen to c5. I thought I was a little scared of like knight to d4. Yeah, maybe knight to d4 isn't great anyway. Anywho, it is what it is, right? No use crying over spilled milk and all that. Where does the little horsey go? There's pawns on both sides of the board. So that means in theory, bishop could be really good versus a knight. If I go knight here, where does this king go? Over to e2. I'll ask him the question. Over to e2. Now do I take here? He takes with the pawn, right? Or does he take with the rook? Takes with the rook. What happens? I don't know, I'm convinced this is what I do. Ruin his pawn structure, because if he takes with the pawn, I can't take on h2 without losing or trapping my knight and eventually losing it. But I would double his pawn, so I'm trying to ruin his structure. Now we just retreat. Say, yeah, your structure's ruined, bud. Suck it. And I guess we're supposed to be happy about that. The downside from this is that my knight has been placed severely out of play. Now, if I were to take that pawn, he goes here. Get my knight back in the game instantly. I don't think so. I think it's more important to focus on just rerouting my knight back into the position than it is to focus on what's going on over here. Because over here we're even, it's 3-3. So I'm not looking to win the game over there. I'm looking to win the game by exploiting this 4-4 over here. Because even though this is also even, because his pawns are doubled like this, they're a little harder to defend. They can't defend each other. And maybe this little pawn clump right here can be a target for me to attack down the road. Goes there. Feel like just getting ready to double up is fine. What if I go for my idea anyway? Knight to e7, takes. Knight to d5, rook takes. Knight takes with check. Where does the king go? King can attack the knight. I can hit him with another check. That line in my head looks really, really good. What's the other option? Rook to d7, rook to d1, rook to d1, takes. I feel like it's just this. Ordinarily, allowing a rook to the 7th rank is borderline destruction for a position, but I think because my knight gets to that outpost so quickly, and he doesn't want my knight to get there. He says, nah, that is not happening on my watch. But if I do it anyway, he takes. Okay. First I go here, take away that square, get ready to double my rooks up. Now we go here. These double pawns isolated. They're a little easier to target. But how do I make progress in this position? Another big Q. I think I go here and create a pass pawn. I don't see any other way of making progress, so I'm going to go for it. This means probably the game objectively is drawn with perfect play. If I take... Here. I think I just push P. Oh, that was a nice move. Go here. And I get chased away. I can you see if you can grab a iPhone charger? I don't know if they have them, but maybe a gas station or something. Alright, that'll work. Do you ever get nervous streaming? I mean, if a game's close, I get nervous, um, and in high pressure situations, but, you know. This ain't my first rodeo either, like. I go here, he's gonna go here. I go here, where does he go? How do I go after both pawns? If I check, just a draw, probably. Pretty tight in game. Apparently, I made no blunders or mistakes, so that means it probably was never losing, but I thought I might have had chances to win there for a bit. He played at 97% accuracy, and we played at 96.8%. Have I played against this guy before? I'm pretty sure I have, right? No, that was the first time I played against him. He's good, whoever he is. I swear I've played against some of my opponents more than I have. He played a very obscure opening, and then I think the only real surprise in the position was knight takes e3, and a little in-between move, pre-to follow d-word, pre-to follow Lucan, pre-to follow dex, and that allowed me a little bit of an edge here. I thought the endgame I could have played for more. I'm a little upset, queen to f2. I mean, as you can see, the position's completely drawn all the way through for both sides by the eval bar. Black is ever so slightly better by just a hair, but like it doesn't, it's not enough. Pieces get traded off the board, rook in game, everything just simplifies. I guess if I wanted to try and play for more, I would have had to keep the knight and bishop on the board, but I don't know. This was the best move I saw, like the best way I saw playing on. So maybe in that position going into the in game, I should have played faster. But I don't know. I'm not playing like bad chess. Can you replay your blunder with the rook? Did I make a blunder with the rook? I've played against this guy 3 times before. Alright, I'm not playing him. This guy takes 6 seconds to move every single time he moves. His rapid rating is 1,000 rating points above his bullet. Alright. I am very, 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 very convinced we are playing a cheater. So I'm not playing this game. Alright. How's he not banned? This account has been active for, let's see, 2 months? I don't know. Let's take a look at his games. Are they... Like, he just lost this game. Ops played at 89.2% accuracy. He played at 85.9. Wait. Did I get that backwards? Yeah, no. Ops played at 89% accuracy. He played at 85. I mean, I don't know, man. Look at his time usage. Like, no human being I have ever come across plays like this. Every single move he makes is 5 seconds apart. And if you just judge the quality of play when he's like, has a lot of time versus when, look at how every move is exactly 6, 5, 7 seconds. Like, he's not trying to think. Oh, this was the final position. No, this was the final position. Wow, I played a great game. He owes you points back. I know. This guy owes me like 27 or 24, something like that. Alright. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's not cheating. I'm not playing him. It doesn't feel like there's much point. If he is cheating, maybe he's using like a weak engine. It could be someone who's really, really old, also. Some old people are really strong chess players, but they're not very skilled with the mouse. Let's see how the quality of play dips. I mean, he does stuff like trade a bishop for no reason right here that you can't really get away with and get to 2400. Like, you just instinctively know not to make this move, even if you're playing in bullet chess and you're playing super quickly and it's not how you normally play. It's just a move you don't instinctively make if you got into a rating that high, you know? It's just not something you do. They're playing 1 second bullet. I mean, he's dropping pawns. And he takes, like, different time to think in bullet games, but not rapid. Yeah, I'm not playing this guy. I don't know. Like, I feel like he's just cheating with a 2200 rated computer. Challenge him at bullet? Alright, we can challenge him at bullet. How do I find him? Darn it, I gotta stop aborting games. Where'd that guy go? I'll just skip to last night. Drop dead to the floor, you're gorgeous. Pedal the floor, adore it. As I run over all your clothes you left at my place. We met on MySpace. I loved your face. I challenged him to a 1 minute rated bullet game. I don't know if he's going to accept. I don't know if I should have made it rated or not. Appreciate the follow, Keegan. I mean, I feel like, though, if he beats me, I've got to shut up, right? Although I am quite literally almost double in rating, so the odds are not in his favor. If he were to play, I don't... Is he in a game? He might be in a game, right? Drop dead to the floor, you're gorgeous. Pedal to the floor, adore it. As I run over all your clothes you left at my place. We met on MySpace. I loved your face. He is not in a game. I'll challenge him to unrated. In case he doesn't want to lose rating points or something. I don't know. Down to my place. That's when it all went wrong. Now I'm trying to right my wrongs. He's probably watching the stream. Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. Oh well. I challenged him to a game. He doesn't seem up for it. Oh, we're up against this guy. He's very strong. Very, very strong. He's also like a big YouTuber, I'm pretty sure. Appreciate the follow, Christian Smith. He's like, oh, that's right. This kid likes to play the closed Sicilian line. That's why he took that pause. He's trying to remember the closed Sicilian. He's like, huh. What am I supposed to play again? And down to the floor you go, just pedal to the floor, adore it. As you run over all the clothes you left at my place. Takes. I was in a similar position pretty recently, and I believe I was supposed to go f4, so that's what I'm gonna do here. Drop dead to the floor, you gorgeous. I don't know if that's a bot or a troll. Or a... B3, obviously a blunder. If I take with the bishop, I don't think that's it. Pushing f5. Guess I'll push g4 first. He's like, no biggie, I'll develop bishop. Think I do this? It's playing very quickly. Go c3, but I'm a little worried about my knight's activity or lack thereof. c4. Leave the c3 square open. Can I ignore this and just play here? Doubtful. That's a tricky move. Hmm. C3 looks most natural. I gotta go. Go C4. I really don't like the position. Oh. Did I just blunder this? Man, that was such a nice find on his part. Hmm. Takes. Yeah. I think this is too little, too late. I can try and make some disturbances in the force, but Ops played this game really, really well. I played the closed Sicilian and oof, I was not ready for him. He goes back. Nothing for me to do now but go forward, obviously. Hmm. There could be potential sacrifices one day, on like F6 and stuff. Or H7. I could takes. Queen to E5. I think I'm cooked, but I'm trying to see if there's any Hail Mary. Always got to do your best to look. It'll amaze you what you can find if you're just willing to take a look. I think I'd have to take. Takes the pawn. Probably still works. Eh. This doesn't even come close to working. I'll probably resign next move, but I don't know. Queen on the board, pass pawn. Can never hurt to resign. Okay, so he doesn't quite go for the kill blow yet. I mean, we get another move or so. He actually has everything protected perfectly. I guess I'll go h4. When you're down in material, never be afraid of giving up more. Ah. You can just take the pawn with the knight. But again, you got to put him through tests because, like, knight to d3, and I would have rook to c8. And the game's fortunes might change, you know? Probably not, but you always got to keep your opponents earnest. Make sure they're paying attention and locked in. Never just give them the benefit of the doubt. Queen b6 was a move for you? I thought about queen b6, but it doesn't actually, like, do anything. His rook is protected and his bishop is protected. That's why I played, what's-its-face first, pawn to h4, because that way after he took, at least I'd be able to attack his bishop. Wouldn't have meant much, right? I still would have been cooked, but, you know. He did a beautiful job of not paying any attention to my kingside play, and that ended up being the difference maker. No! I blundered. I should have gone king here first. Alright. Now I can resign. This is still winning for white. No. Maybe I could have gotten it, maybe I could have gotten the, what do you call it? If I played, like, after bishop to f3, maybe I could have gone here, and eventually, let's just say black does nothing, right? I'll just come up with a bunch of nothing moves. Maybe I could have, I'll just move his king back and forth. Gotten my king here. But even this kind of position with this kind of setup is still completely winning. You can sack, and these 3-1 versus 1 is just unstoppable. But you never know. Maybe there is like some miracle world where this happens, right? And I can block out his bishop with my bishop. Obviously, it would have been a long shot no matter what, but you never know unless you try. All right. Appreciate the Rose Maxim. Appreciate the team cheers, Johannes DE. Appreciate the follow. Alec Prosen, shout out. Appreciate the follow, Sterling. Shout out. Appreciate the support, chat. We're over 100 new follows for the stream tonight. Do you stream on Twitch as well? We're also live on YouTube right now over at General's Odd Chess if you guys want to check that out. All right. I am steaming right now. It is getting hot. It was pretty cold in here earlier, but I guess it's the heat came on. Well, I was Nessie locked in Monster distracted. I gotta find a shirt to change into. Find a new game as well. Appreciate you sharing the live Contritum. Have you watched Queen's Gambit, Zod? I've watched a couple epis. I haven't watched the full thing, but the epis that I have seen have been pretty good. I've really, really liked it. I'm really bad about not only starting, but also finishing shows. Nowadays, at least. I don't really watch much content like I used to. I guess I'll just go d4. I'm not sure I should play the knight there immediately, but eh. I guess it's fine. This slight angle makes you look like an evil villain, says Daniel on YouTube. Are you standing while you're playing? I'm not standing, chat. I get this question from time to time. People ask me if I'm like standing up and playing. Appreciate the follow. Wow, HHH. Shout out. 25k likes, chat. Let's go. I appreciate you tapping it up, Jade. Everyone else as well. Appreciate the support. Streams have been popping off lately. It's been crazy how much they've been growing. I can go pawn to c4 here. It seems a little premature. I think I've been in this situation before, and I went like pawn to b3. I wonder, is knight c5 a move? Knight c5, like what? Queen c7, pawn c4, knight f6. I guess I'll just play b3 and get ready for c4. Or e. It says we have detected inactivity on your live studio. Alright, so I have to move the camera around, make sure the live doesn't get disconnected. This guy looks like Pope. Who is Pope? Just the Pope? Or like, who's that guy? Kadarius Caldwell Pope? Isn't that his name? I was worried about the hole on c3, and I thought he couldn't attack my knight. I might have made a grave miscalculation. Maybe not. Okay, maybe grave is being a little dramatic. I still made a miscalculation, which I would have preferred not to make. We go queen to d3. Pawn to c4. Where does my bishop belong? I want to say here, in like rook a to d1 maybe. Contavious Caldwell Pope mentioned. Shout out, baby. Lakers legend. I'm not gonna lie, I do not remember his features enough to remember if I bear any semblance to him. So with that move, he has to be announcing that he intends on playing bishop to f6. I wonder if I can just play pawn to d5 here, though. Pawn to d5 takes queen to d4, or queen to e5. Wait, here takes queen here, pawn up one, check, over one, then what? Knight g5 maybe? Threatens a fork, queen to e8. Whatever, it feels right, I'm doing it. I don't think you can get away with opening that diagonal. That feels like too much. How do you improve in chess after 2000? At least what's your method? I mean, studying in games, basically you have to continue to be willing to change the way you think. At 2000, it's very, very easy because you've mastered so much of the game to think that you kind of know everything, so the way you're thinking is right. So it becomes harder for some people to kind of keep that mindset open, and the idea and the ability to, like, they become a little too hard stuck on what is good and what isn't good in chess. And you have to be very, very careful about, like, assuming certain rules are always going to be the case, especially as you get better, because every chess position is different, right? And so what's good for you in one position might not be good in another. Now, that being said, it's not necessary to learn everything. Like, for example, at the grandmaster level and beyond, at the grandmaster level and beyond, like international master, FIDE master level, for a lot of guys, a rook isn't worth as much as a bishop and a couple of pawns, right? The chance to attack. But if you're 1400, you don't have to be as worried about things like that. You can worry more about the basics of the game. You don't have to win games by sacrificing a rook for the exchange, getting two passed pawns, and then winning the game. There are simpler, easier ways of attaining victory. As you level up, the ways of attaining victory obviously become harder and harder, as does the competition, right? So you don't need to like learn everything at once. It might not even be to your benefit to learn everything at once, for the reasons I just mentioned. If I go rook to e1 here, threatening the bishop, what happens if he plays like bishop d6? I could also just go rook to d1. Then he plays like what? Queen to d6, or yeah, queen to d6. I'm gonna play it. Activate the rook, get into an open file. I only have 5 minutes left on the clock, and the position is far from over, so I'm gonna need to move quickly. I think that's a blunder. Let's go knight to g5. He cannot capture my knight because of the pin. I'm now attacking his rook. If he moves his rook, well, he only has one legal square for his rook, but if he moves it away, I can capture. He can't hit my queen anywhere, and we get the George W. Very good, very good. Very, very, very nice. Clean game. Been a very, very high execution stream, to be honest. He plays the Scandinavian defense. I was kind of disappointed that he played this line. It's the second time we've played against this, by the way, today. But I haven't gotten the line I've wanted. I've been experimenting with takes. This has nothing to do with the game, by the way. But I've been experimenting with, and then it's pretty typical to go here. And then I play pawn to b4 and sacrifice a pawn in the position. You take the pawn. I play rook to b1, get my rook on the open file, put pressure on b7. Game continues. I've had a lot of success with that line. Anyway, anyhoozles. Let's see. All pretty standard stuff. And then, yeah, pawn to b3. I play it too early. Bishop to f5, bishop to d... Wait, what did I have besides? Oh, knight to g3? I don't know about that. White's ever so slightly better. My opponent just trades off the light square knight, or sorry, light square bishop and a pair of knights. I go here, and now he plays pawn to g6, which I think is a blunder. But pawn to d5 was not the move to punish it. Apparently this doesn't work. It doesn't like lose the game for white or anything, but my advantage is more or less gone. But apparently now it's just good for me because I go here. If you play bishop to f6, I take. He takes with the queen, and we take on b2. Instead, he goes pawn to f6. Queen takes e6 with the check. King to g7. Kind of just puts the game away. Rook to f7 was the worst blunder of the position because he missed knight to g5, or just hitting the rook and hitting the piece. So if you move the rook anywhere, then I can capture your bishop. If you protect the rook, then I still am up in the in-game, up the exchange. Just GG on the spot. I really need to change. I forgot to, and now I'm just like, about to be pouring a bucket of sweat. I played against Mango. Yeah, I just played against him. I don't think I won. It was either a draw or I don't remember what happened. Did he move? Oh, he's playing the bird again. He does the same thing every time. He like takes 30 seconds to move on move one before he plays the bird. It's very, very weird. I've never seen anyone with that strategy. Maybe he's just away from the keyboard. I don't know. Ugh. All right. Put it on backwards, but we're still here. All right. Appreciate the 5 lightning bolts, Lance. Shout out, baby. Michaelis and Gambit with the subscription. All right, we have another Grandmaster of Krypton in the chat, baby. Shout out, Michaelis and Gambit. The channel just passed 100 monthly subscribers, chat, so shout out to all of you guys. This guy's he's joined since April. My gosh. No, he had a bad one in this one. His Rapid and Blitz are about the same. Okay. He doesn't play Bullet a lot, so I guess he's a slower player. Interesting. Trying to get the scouting report on this guy. He's a weird one. Add to send it? Your sub goal is still 2? Wait, was it a gifted subscription? Oh my gosh, wait, Jaba Cloud with the rose, the heart me, the team cheers, and the star. Shout out, baby. I completely missed that while I was, This is the same game we played last time, was it not? Yeah, so far at least. And then I think here I played pawn to d5. And he took with the knight last time. And then I took with the knight. And then he took with the bishop, and I took on with the in-between move, pawn takes on e3. And then we played an endgame where I was ever so slightly better. Now here's where we have the difference from last game. Okay, here's where he decides to switch it up. Last time he took with the knight, and everything ended up coming off the board. This time he captures with the pawn. I wondered when the switch, when the, what do you call it? The play to make a different move was going to happen. I figured it would be there, though. Now it's a question of where do I put my knight? Where's it best suited? Comtritum receiving a gifted sub from BP. BP with the gifted sub. Do I go knight D to F6? I think I just take. Let's go here. Appreciate the follow, Rich Pop. Appreciate the follow, Ghost. I got to do my best to put some pressure on this guy on the clock. He doesn't seem like he plays a lot of Bullet. That doesn't mean he isn't good when it comes to time, playing with low time on the clock, but gotta test him out, right? Gotta see how warm the water is, chat. Gotta see how warm the water is. Appreciate the follow, Fish Person. Zah, did OU win? I'm gonna be honest, I have not looked. I haven't been paying much attention. I was watching, today's been kind of a grind for the stream, so I've been streaming a lot. I watched, who were popping up, Zah and I watching, watched a little bit of Purdue. Trying to figure out where my knight goes, or if it goes anywhere. I think just playing this is fine, because it gets my rook into the open file. Goes there and takes with the queen. Takes with the queen. Then you take with the knight. But if I move my knight immediately to d5, it's queen d3, takes. I feel like it's takes. Takes with the queen. Takes with the rook. Guess I'll take. Takes with the knight. Now if I go knight to d5, it's no good because he can pin my bishop. I'll centralize my bishop first, I guess, I think. Centralized bishop. Rarely ever a bad thing. Appreciate the 44 cheer you ups, Jay McLeod. Appreciate the Rose Soul Moon Rider. Appreciate the follow, Neezy. Shout out. Does solving puzzles help you improve in chess? Trillism asks on YouTube. Oh yeah, we're also live on YouTube chat, Jitteral's Odd Chess, if you want to check that out. Solving puzzles helps your pattern recognition, which is kind of your sense of when your opponent goes wrong. It'll help you spot exactly how they went wrong and what you should do to punish them for their mistake, right? Because in chess, positions don't really repeat themselves, so the puzzles you do aren't going to like appear before you in a game, but the patterns of the puzzles will, right? The forks will appear in games, pins, skewers, all those different things, and your eyes are trained to look for them and recognize them as winning. Go here, knight c6. This guy is good. Not in love with that. I blundered. Darn it! This guy was scaring me, man. He was just like playing so well, I couldn't figure out what I could possibly do. 0 blunders, 0 mistakes. I take, and he goes here with the fork. I take, and he takes like this. Oh my gosh. Shout out the bird opening. These lines are giving me trouble. He played at 98% accuracy at a 2850 level. This guy is crazy. I've played him twice, and the first game we played, he played at 95% accuracy. All right, let's go through the game and see the line. So this is almost the exact same replica of the first game I played. Right here is the first time it gets different. Last time we played, he captured on d5 with the knight first. And then after knight takes d5, bishop takes g7. I had this really nice move. Knight takes on e3. Pawn takes on, pawn takes on d3, and now I take, right? And we played an endgame, but this time he decides to play it a little differently, and he plays queen to c1. Queen takes c3 is best. I mean, he just makes no mistake. And the moves I'm playing are alright, but they aren't as strong as his. And I could kind of tell. That's why I was like, I need to play quickly, and I was trying to play quickly, and I was like, wait. If he does that, I do this, and he does that. So this guy, insanely strong in rook to c5. I thought, well, if you take, then I just take, and it's GG for me, because now, no matter where your knight moves, the rook is going to hang, and the knight's under attack. But he spotted knight to e6, knight to f5 also works. I can take the knight, because I'm in check, right? But then he just takes the rook. Rook versus knight in the endgame, I don't have any chance of surviving this, so had to toss in the white towel. Mango locked in. I mean, yeah, he played. That's a crazy game. There's 2,500s who won't play me that well. Let's go knight to f6. He could have, because the first move change he had was at the, what do you call it? After the move we just made. There's a very good chance he could have looked over the game with a computer, been like, ah, okay, so next time I should do that. And then next game he was more prepared. Let's castle. You erred by moving your rook to d1. I never moved my rook to d1 in that game. You mean to c5? Are you doing a King's Indian? This is an Alekine's defense. They can kind of have some overlap sometimes, but no, this is just the Aliekins. This is not the King's Engine. Guess we'll go bishop f5. We're at 2 out of 5 for the subway. I didn't even realize we were close to a subway. Right? Shout out. We're at 2 out of 5 with only 5 minutes left. Appreciate the gaming controller, Julian Ramos. Where did the name of chess openings come from? Usually it's made by the named by the person who either creates the opening or in some cases popularizes it, because they either use it in big events or they're just widely known for using that opening. Kind of like Anna Cramling with the cow. She didn't actually invent that opening. And Witty Alien with the Alien Gambit. Those openings were around for, I believe, since the 90s. I mean, I could take, or I could go knight to b4, potentially. Knight to b4 looking any good. Knight to b4, what if he goes, like, knight to h4 himself? I can retreat my bishop back to d7. Or I could just capture. I think I'll just play chess and capture. What app is this? This is chess.com. You can download it for free on the App Store or Google Play Store, or you can play it on the browser of your computer, like I am now. 2485, no title. Wow, how long have you been playing? You have a high rating. I appreciate it, Mike, on YouTube. I've been playing since I was 3. Appreciate you sharing live, El Murto. Shout out. We're also live on YouTube at the moment, chat, over at General Zod Chess, if you guys want to check it out with the wider viewing. Or we can excuse me, we can capture here. Play an endgame where the ops have doubled pawns and an isolated pawn. I mean, I don't know. Structurally speaking, I feel like this gives me, like, I should have really good winning chances. Maybe practically speaking, it doesn't give me good winning chances for some reason, but what that reason is yet, I could not tell you. Like, my minor piece is getting kicked around, but I don't really see that. I'll just go here. Hit the pawn. See how he wants to defend said pawn. He goes there. If I take, are there consequences? You know the saying, chat. Tan Stoffel. It looks like a free pawn. It looks like he played bishop to d4 because he's scared of this. He's saying if I play knight to c2, then he can take. And if I take his rook, then he takes my rook. And it's just an even trade. But if I take the pawn, what does he got? Bishop back to c4. Knight f5. I'm not a believer. Well, I'm a believer in being up a pawn. Appreciate the follow, Williamson. Shout out. No, if we fork his rook, it doesn't work. Let's go knight to f4. Because if I went knight to c2 to fork his rook, then he would capture my bishop first, right? So he's up +3. Imagine being up +3 in your head. Then I capture his rook, right? So I'm up +2 all of a sudden. But then he captures my rook, and then I can either run my knight away, but he takes the pawn. It's an even... the material goes down in even exchange, basically. In case it was getting to, what do you call it? Annoying to follow. Let's go here. Defend the pawn, all casual. Goes there to hit my pawn. It's no longer pinned, so I could play this. And I think I shall. Now the position I think is starting to get a little bit more favorable for me. If I go b5, does he have any other squares he can hit my bishop with? I don't think so. Oh, I don't like b5 that much. I think I should have just gone e5, because I forgot I made a6 weaker. Let's go e5. Now if I go rook to... You take, I take, he takes, I take. Darn it! Nice tactic on his part. Nice tactic. I gotta take. Bishop back. Knight's got some rerouting to do. Ah, actually, no, why'd I do that? Probably could have just started walking my king over. I had him pinned down very nicely. Yeah, maybe he would just go there anyway. Alright, let's start marching our king over. I'm going to keep him along the dark squares, I think. Just so his light square bishop can never check me. Pawn to f5 coming soon. Appreciate the follow, Brandon. Let's go. Huh? For what? Yeah. I'll send you a link for it because I got to get a box too. He goes pawn to, huh? Pawn to, or I'll send you a link for it when I get the chance because it has to have a brick. That looks like a really bad move. I might have some chances to win now. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, he goes there. Go here. If he takes, I take. He's in check. He moves out of check. No, that seems very unnecessary, right? Much stronger just moving the king up the board. Maybe e4 still works, but I don't think it's necessary until the king gets as far up the board as I want him to be. Bishop takes f3. Bishop takes f3. King takes d3. Pawn to b5. It's a dark queening square. Bishop takes f3. Or does he just have knight takes f4? Actually, knight takes f4. Takes. I go over one. Okay. Feels like it's bishop takes. Takes on f3. Takes here. b5. Can my knight get back in time? If I go knight here, he goes b6. I go knight here, he goes b7. And then I have either knight to a6 or d7. I'm going to play it. Wait, did I miscalculate? Knight takes d4? Or no. Sorry, it has to be knight takes f4. Okay. Yeah. Right. I was a little concerned for a second. Right, but now if knight takes f4, this is what I was calculating. I just play pawn takes f4, and now I move my king over here. And my king cuts off the pawn, and this little formation here, white can never disrupt. If he can try and bring his bishop, like, eventually over here, but the knight protects the pawn. I take, and his king can't advance anywhere into this territory field. It's actually a beautiful setup. All roads lead to Rome here. Still, play with precision up till the very end, or do your best to. Deliver a check. Control the queening square and take away the square for the bishop to get there. And now he can still get his bishop there in time, but I'm going to be able to play f2, f1, make a queen. We get the George W. Very good. All right. Well managed. I appreciate it, Lance. Chess is beautiful. It really is sometimes, all right? When it's going well for you. When it's not going well for you, it's less beautiful. But this was a very, very, very well played endgame, all right? Very happy with it. Not a whole lot of mistakes. There might have been a brilliant with bishop takes f3. No, we didn't have a brilliant this game. Let's see. We played the Alekhines defense, and now how does the opponent differ from theory? So the goal of the opening, as always, I want to make targets out of these two pawns. Appreciate the follow, KMK. Very nice in-games. Thank you, Silent. Appreciate the follow, Skirt, SKRP2. Appreciate the follow, Cool Turtle. Appreciate the follow, Yahoo Answers. We castle. He plays pawn to h3. I try this line, and he captures on d5, which I'm not used to seeing at all. And now he plays queen to b3. We just trade off into an endgame where I judge myself to be technically better. Even though material is even, you can see by the bar, the computer also evaluates black's position to be worth at least a pawn better. Because his pawns are doubled here, very hard to defend, and this pawn is also a target. because it's isolated. I could have hopped on the attack even faster. When your opponent has an isolated pawn, one of the most important things about managing that pawn is making sure you control the squares in front of the pawn. So for that reason, I should have played bishop to e4. Appreciate the follow, Silent. Appreciate the follow, Lefty. Appreciate the follow, Basketball. Thank you for sharing live, Bree. But the ops just let us pick up this pawn anyway. I mean, I was going to get a pawn, whether it was one of these ones or the D pawn eventually, but we pick up the extra pawn here, and it looks like it's just smooth sailing at first, and now I make a huge blunder in the position. The ops miss the blunder, and I go for it again and completely miss it. At this point, I'm thinking I'm just much better, but he spots bishop takes b5. Very nice move, and if I capture the bishop, now he captures my rook. So instead of that, I capture his pawn, and black has a very, very small edge in this endgame, but I no longer have the giant advantage I had earlier, as the pawns are even. But if this pawn falls off the board, I'm thinking to myself, I might have an advantage, so let me walk my king over there and try and claim that pawn. And now the ops just blunder with pawn to g4. I don't know why he played this move. I'm thinking he was scared of me pushing and advancing to f4 and e4, but the reason this is such a huge blunder is because it now fixes his pawn on f3 on a light square. After pawn to f4, his king retreats, and I go after his pawn immediately. When you're in games with bishops of the same color, generally you want to put your pawns in the opposite color of that bishop, right? Because then the bishop can never directly attack them. Notice, because this pawn is now stuck on a light square, my bishop will always be able to attack it. He can defend one pawn, but not both. And now I'm just up a pawn in this endgame, and I'm much, much better. Additionally, in addition to being up ahead of by a pawn here, my opponent is tethered to this weakness on f3. He has to defend against it. So after knight to d3, we play king to d5, walking our king up the board slowly but surely. In the endgame, where you're like much better like this, one of the easiest ways of blowing your advantage and blundering away the game is you trying to push your pawns and trying to win the game too quickly. You don't get bonus points for winning the game faster. You know, take your time, make sure everything is set up, and then go for the big break. Here I play this really nice move, bishop takes f3. It seemingly sacrifices a bishop, but now if you capture, I just capture here, and because this pawn queens on a dark square, as long as my knight gets back to b8 in time, his bishop can never interact with the dark square to force my knight away. For example, you start pushing the pawn, right? All I have to do, apparently the computer thinks knight takes f3 is winning, which is crazy. I'm not nearly that nice of a tactician. You can go pawn to e4, stunning the bishop's diagonal off. For example, you keep pushing. This is a crazy lie. You can go pawn to e3. But anyway, you could also, even if you don't go for that crazy, crazy line, you can play knight to e6. You go pawn to b6, knight to c5 here and here. And with the double pawn advantage right here, you're eventually going to win this game. Maybe not immediately. Maybe you have to go like knight to a6 first. Apparently, the computer says you can take here. But the ops instead went for... What did they go for instead of bishop takes f3? They went for knight takes f4, trying to be tricky. Appreciate the follow, Danny. Appreciate the follow, I love ZX. Appreciate the follow, Wise for President. Appreciate the follow, Victor Manuel. Shout out. He goes for this, but bishop takes f3. I just slide my king across, and now this pawn is destroyed. He goes here, hoping maybe I don't know, mouse slip or something, but we just take the pawn. We're also live on YouTube right now, chat, over at General Zod Chess. If you want to check out the stream in a bigger viewing platform, appreciate the follow OER, appreciate the follow Ivan Edits, appreciate the follow Bill Basso too. How do you get all the animations around your pieces, Zod? I turn on arcade animations in settings. It's only available in the browser version of the game, but you can adjust in settings. So if you're on the mobile version of the app, you can't get the borders around your pieces. Let's go knight to c3. Appreciate the follow, David. Appreciate the follow, Clan Steel. Shout out. Let's go pawn to g3. Bishop to g2. Appreciate the follow, Tom Blah. Appreciate the follow, you. Let's castle. Maybe pawn to d3. Maybe bishop to e3 as well. All pretty standard stuff. Close Sicilian line. Nothing too new to write home about. The last time I was supposed to play f4 and I didn't. I started messing with a bunch of stuff over here in the center, so I'm going to switch it up. Alright, appreciate the follow, Sean's Dead 69, shout out. wonder if I should push here immediately. I think I'll just go bishop f2. Appreciate the follow. Smiley face you. Hassan Rashid with a 4-month subscription. 4 months in a row for Hassan, baby. Alright, 4 months being a Grandmaster of Krypton. Appreciate the 5 roses. Ivan at it. Shout out, baby. Appreciate the 5 Let Him Cook slants. Appreciate the 4 roses. Heo run. Appreciate the Tiny Diny as well. The Let Him Cook, the W, the Heart Me. Shout out. I want to take here. This looks fine. Appreciate the follow, Tate. Appreciate the follow, Joshua Perchinsky. Appreciate the follow, Shadow. Or thank you for sharing the live, Shadow. Appreciate the follow, Dawson Morris 32. I feel like c3, very reasonable move. Challenging the pawn that he has in my territory. Now, what do I take with is the question. Do I take with the pawn here? I think I'm just going to trust my instincts, capture towards the center. Maybe capturing with the knight is also playable, but I like the pawn capture. He castles, pretty logical, and get your king out of the center. Try and safeten it up. I can expand for more space in the center of the board, or I could play pawn to h3. Just keeping his bishop out of g4. Feels decent. d4 is also an option. Takes. If I go h3, does he go f5? I'm just going to play d4, play for the center. Start pushing p, why not? Oh! That's a fascinating move. He goes for f5 anyway. A lot of tension building up. I think I'm just going to add more fuel to the fire. He takes with that pawn first. That feels very wrong. A potential blunder, maybe. But maybe not. Okay, let's see. If I take with this pawn, it looks like the right move. Because if you advance, I have takes. I'm just going to take like this. Because you... Okay, he goes there instead. I don't know how much of a believer in this I am, though. I'm going to go here. Let's see what he does. If he goes d5, maybe c4 is better than bishop takes on e4. Maybe. Pawn on e4 is loose, and the pawn on d6. Appreciate the follow, Finnish Psycho. Appreciate you sharing the live, Middle Maniac. It's always funny reading people's online usernames. Sometimes I can't read them because it breaks the terms of service. That's part of the internet. But that's... what is it? But that's showbiz, baby! Definitely is not. Okay. If I take here, gives his bishop a lot of activity, so I'm... Do I play it safe and just go here? I like this the most, to be honest. I give him the pawn back on c3, but I mean, his pawn on e4 is loose. I get to double up. I feel like I have the better position. And then, hopefully, I get more... Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Did I mess up? Hold up. Hold up. Oh, wait, no. Okay, never mind. I was worried about knight here. Because it hits the rook, and it hits the pawn, but rook takes g6. King h7. I don't think that works, but who knows. Appreciate the heart, Mitran Bao Nugent. Shout out. Appreciate the follow, the flex. Thank you for sharing the live. I believe that's Arabic. Hello, General. How fares the battles? Apologies on the tardiness. I had to replenish the energy cells. It's the fanciest way of someone saying I went to go take a nap I've ever heard. Appreciate the follow, main girl. Appreciate the rose. Main girl is in... That's funny. Main girl's in like the main one, the main character, or the main wifey, but also main is in the state. That's pretty punny. I like that. Rook takes g6, king to h7. Or is it rook takes g6, pawn to e3, bishop to e1? I don't know. I'm trusting my gut here that this is good. He does go king to g7. Now I could go queen to g4. That is one option. I could also sacrifice the rook. That is another option. Rook g5 also completely playable and arguably a lot more sane, but bishop takes e4, king takes g6, and then what? Bishop takes f5. If you take with the king, do I have a mating net? I mean, it looks like it. Okay, at the very least, if I don't have a... Okay. Bishop takes e4, king takes g6, bishop takes f5, rook takes f5 check, queen to g5, and he's losing the rook. Rook to g5, takes. Gonna trust my gut. Gotta go with the gut. And he's like, I'm not hesitating, I'm gonna take. Very well, let's see how this plays out. I think we take with the bishop first, draw his king further and further out. If he takes with the rook, I go queen to g4 check. His king is the only thing defending the rook, so if he were to move his king anywhere legally at h7 or f7, then I capture his rook. If he goes rook g5, I get my rook back, and his king is drawn out into the open. Okay, so he captures with the rook. Let's go queen to g4. Hit him with the check. Now the big follow-up question. Do I capture the rook immediately, or do I play rook to d6? Rook to d6 takes... I think I just take immediately, right? Because he's in a lot more danger. Yeah. Because if you just take the pawn back, queen to e4, your king's caught out in the open of the board. Gotta be queen to e4 first move. Has to be. But am I in time for like a mating net? Or like what's going on here? His king looks like it can escape maybe? Oh wait. No, I don't have... Bishop g4 doesn't work. Rook to d7. King to g8. Queen to g6. But then after bishop to d4, that doesn't work. Bishop d4 immediately allows queen takes g3. Don't want to mix with that. Oh, wait. I just go here. Okay. Just queen to d5. There we go. I thought the position, like, it just looks, his king's too exposed, his pieces are too loose, it just looks busted. He goes back. Let's not overcomplicate it. No reason to reinvent the wheel. We hit the king. We hit the rook. Alright. No reason to overcomplicate it. Look for 270 move, force checkmate. And the ops resign, and we get the George W. Very good, very good. Alright. We get the George W. Alright. Very, very, very nice game. I lost this guy earlier today. This is called doing your homework, chat. This is what happens when you do your homework. Alright. Let me show you what happens when you do your homework. 2700 game rating. Alright. 94.6% accuracy. Do your homework, kiddies. Let me show you. So earlier today, I'm saying do your homework here. I played against this guy earlier today with the white pieces. Now on stream, I reviewed the game after I lost to figure out what I could have done better. In the game we played, I also had the white piece earlier today. We play a closed Sicilian defense. He gets a knight to d4 very early. And now he plays this move pawn to h6, which you can see by the computer, not the greatest move. I'm not used to seeing it either. I didn't know how to respond to it, and you can see the computer assigns a lot of question marks to my moves, enlarging the fact that I didn't know what I was doing, right? And the position just kind of breaks down worse and worse for me, and I don't get a good position, all right? You see a lot more question marks. I spend the whole game behind, and we end up losing, all right? So after that game, I looked over it to figure out what we could do better. I didn't know I was going to be playing against this guy later today, but just in general. And the computer showed me that after he throws out this weird pawn to h6 move, I'm supposed to play pawn to f4. And you see this time I go ahead and I listen to the advice. I play bishop to f2. All right, I take heed. We go ahead and attack the center of the board. And now we just have the massive center over the opponent. We apply pressure on the d file, and this is going to cause him to eventually crack. He captures on e4 with the pawn, and now we get to capture here instead of recapturing on e4. The reason we do this is because now he can't take my pawn. If he were to take my pawn, I would take his queen. He captures back, and I take with the rook. For example, just takes, and takes. All right. But instead, all right, so that's why we want to play the move, and obviously our opponent very strong, not going to just blunder a rook. Instead, he plays bishop to g4. I go pawn to h3, and now after queen takes e2, the rook is still supplying the same exact pin, but obviously the rook is more dangerous because you can't just trade the queen for the queen if I capture on d6. He sidesteps his queen out of the way, and instead of trying to capture with the pawn and retain my material advantage, I capture with the rook, double my rooks up, and I think that in my head I'm saying, okay, this position is really good for me. The material is even right now, but he has this very loose pawn. He goes knight to f5, trying to create some counterplay. King to h7, and now we hit him with the brilliant. All right, we sacrifice the rook with bishop takes e4 because it draws the king out into the open. Now we play bishop takes f5. He captures with the rook, and now after queen to g4, the only two legal moves for the black king both give up defense of the rook. You can't go to f6 because the pawn guards the square. If you go rook to g5, which my opponent did, then I capture with the pawn. And now I've gotten my rook back. Material is back to me being up 2 pawns, but my opponent's king has been drawn way, way, way out into the game. Very hard to get back. So instead, he captures the pawn, trying to even up the material. And in my head, I knew this had to be busted because I play queen to e4, cutting off his escape back into the corner of the board, drawing him out into the open. And this allows me to check him again with my queen in better position this time. And now no matter where he moves the king, he moved it to g6. d6, but if you go e7, e8 eventually runs into the same thing. You're going to get hit by queen to d6, hitting both the king and the rook, and the ops resign because on the next move, I'm going to just pick up the rook. Alright, you can try and play on, but no matter what you do, it's cooked. Alright, and we get the George W. Appreciate the follow, Fleet Admiral 7. Appreciate the follow, JM Master. Shout out. Also live on YouTube, chat, if you want to check out the stream with a wider view. What means George W? Instead of saying, alright, dopey spam it in the chat now. Appreciate the follow, Anton. Appreciate the follow, Fimto. Instead of saying get the W, now people say W or L on, in like stream talk. Instead of saying that, I say George W. You know, George Washington. We get the George Dub. It's just a fun saying. It doesn't like mean anything. I'm just adding on another word because I think it sounds cool. For the person asking about a 1v1, I play against viewers in a lot of my streams. Right now, I'm just grinding online for rating points, trying to see if we can get back up to 2,500. But if you want to play against me, just give the channel a follow. Alright. I haven't seen Knight E4 in a minute. And C4. Appreciate the follow, Nazer No. Shout out. Appreciate the follow, Timeshare BF. Appreciate the follow, James B. Appreciate the follow, Parkaset 45. Appreciate the follow, Mika Akeem. Appreciate you sharing live, Walter. So he goes here. This is a very... what's the word I'm looking for? Non-standard looking position. Appreciate the follow, Dot. Appreciate the follow, 3 Dots. Appreciate the follow, Adriana Leslie. Appreciate the follow, Damien Golden. Shout out. Let's go pawn to D5, chat. Appreciate the follow. I believe that's Russian. Appreciate the follow, 122 Jadaver. Let's go here. Develop the bishop, throw in a check before we capture. Do I take with the pawn or the knight? I think I'll just take with the pawn. Appreciate the follow, Pigeon. Appreciate the follow, Mubs04. Thank you for sharing the live Parkaset. Let's go here. I don't think there's a Greek gift or anything that I need to worry about. Also play this without worrying about bishop takes h7. Because king takes h7, knight to g5 would win the bishop back if I were to play. Let's go here. I don't know, could I have just taken? Maybe. I don't really like that, though. Maybe it was just good for me, but I didn't trust it. I'll go here. Appreciate the follow video, appreciate the follow Trey, thank you for sharing live Christian Stevens, appreciate the follow Mel Solomon, shout out Jor with the 17 bracelets in the heart me, appreciate the 4 W's Anton, appreciate the WJ McLeod. Goes there. Doesn't look right offhand because I can take on f3. Yeah, I think I just take on f3. I think queen b3 was a big mistake. Now the question is, do I just trade off everything or just some things? Takes on e3 for sure, and then queen to g5 looks the most natural. Wait. Is he somehow fine after that? Takes. Check. Takes on e3? If I take on c3, he takes with the queen, I check, and if he goes like king over one, okay. No reason to hit the panic button, but at the same time I am a little thrown off for sure. It's still this, though. I'm pretty sure the first move, at least, is still this. He goes king there to defend the pawn. Seems very unnecessary, but okay. Like, how do I make this work? Bishop to d6? Knight takes d4 doesn't quite work. Guess I'll deliver a check first. Probably spent way too long on that, but goes there. If I move the bishop back to d6, he can play f4, and then I'm not sure how I can break through. Queen to g5, king back. Rook to e8, he has knight takes. Appreciate the 15 team bracelets, Jordan. Shout out, baby. Over 200 new follows on the stream chat so far tonight and over 35,000 likes. I appreciate all the support. We're also live on YouTube right now, General Zod Chess, if you guys want to check out the stream with a wider layout. All right. I like the way that you're explaining the games as Cantioni on YouTube. I appreciate that, baby. Shout out Vamp on YouTube as well. Do you prefer Harry Potter or Star Wars? I've never seen Harry Potter. So, by default, Star Wars. Alright. Should I give this like full analysis? Should I just send it? Well, actually, hold up. Well, I might not need to go that nuclear yet. As in, wait one move and then go nuclear? I think I go here first. Apply as much possible pressure to the weak points in his position as possible. Hmm. I'm not sure how I feel about that move, actually. Goes bishop to e4. I say I send it, allow the discover check, and say I don't care. Can I do that, or does it end in mate? Because if it ends in mate, all of a sudden, nothing else really matters. Cannot ignore checkmate. I'm just gonna send it. This is craziness. This is absolute insanity allowing a discover check like that. I'm gonna do it. Takes, obviously we take. Rook takes. Takes. You can go. Wait. Takes with the rook. Takes. Pawn advances. Takes. It's a check though. Pretty sure the rook sack is winning, but I don't know. I don't know if it's necessary either. I think queen h5 is also a really, really strong move. Takes. Not takes with the queen because he has. So takes. Here. Takes. I don't know if that's winning or not. 2 minutes. If I go here, what are his options? Queen to d1. Queen h4. Bishop takes e3. King takes e3. Gotta be something, Chad. It's gotta be. Rook takes f4. Pawn takes f4. Takes f4. Doesn't work. Pawn up one. King here. Queen check first, maybe? Here. Got a buck 15. I gotta go. Bishop takes. Ah. Queen to h4. When in doubt, add more fuel to the fire, baby. Let's just send it. 43 seconds. Gotta go. Can't take my queen because of the pin, right? Where does his queen move to? takes. I take over one here. Need seconds, gotta go. Deliver a check. Deliver another check. And deliver mate. And we deliver mate! Oh my goodness, whoa! Mark is receiving a subscription from Hassan. Evo 6 with a subscription for Hassan. Fool with a subscription for Hassan. Maliosa with a subscription for Hassan. Rob dropping not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 gifted subs in the chat. And we get the George W. Ay, ay, ay. The ops almost slipped out of our grasp there, chat. But almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And we get the George W. Alright? For those follow along on YouTube, General Zod Chess, we're also live there with a wider viewing if you guys want to check that out. After knight to e4, this is an unusual line of the Alekhine's defense here. Appreciate the follow that one girl 0. Appreciate the follow Big Mike. Appreciate the follow Hot Dog Dealer. He goes pawn to c4. I retreat the knight, and now I instantly challenge him for control of the center of the board, right? Before he can go ahead and get all his pawns advanced up, all his pieces developed, and just crush me with space. Appreciate the follow Olaf, appreciate the follow Key Lead Bun, appreciate the follow Victor VDX, appreciate the follow Will Robbo, shout out. He goes en passant here, and now we capture back towards the center. Generally, whenever you have a chance to recapture with the pawn, you want to take towards the center, not away from it. Centralized pawns are almost always stronger than flank pawns, with some exceptions in the endgame. Here we hit him with this move, in between move before we recapture. It doesn't win us any material, but it develops the bishop. Obviously, you can't capture my pieces because you're in check. He drops the knight back, and now we just take with the pawn, castle, and we have a pretty symmetrical position here. Not a whole lot of imbalance. Appreciate follow Jace Wittemish, appreciate follow Just Product, appreciate follow Dockery's Playground, appreciate follow Infant, appreciate follow Jo, appreciate follow Tristan, appreciate follow Nick, shout out. So after bishop to g4, pawn to h3, bishop to h5, now the ops go bishop to h3, and here we get this really nice move, knight to c4, where we have the hook. Do you have text-to-speak turned on? I do not, for obvious reasons. All right, it's the internet. Appreciate the follow AA Ari, appreciate the follow Benjamin KMVMK, appreciate the follow Jack 2010, appreciate the follow Backo Cloud Bus Spotter. All right, while I'm streaming, my voice is the only one I like hearing. That or Juice World. Appreciate the follow Guy Shilom. Appreciate the follow CPU. Appreciate the follow Aid in Memazade. Appreciate the follow YVNJKY3K. So the reason this is an exclamation move is because after bishop takes f3, pawn takes f3, now the ops pawn structure in front of his king has been ruined. I'm teaching Little Zod chess at the moment, and one of the things that I've been teaching my little brother is that whenever you castle, you want to leave the pawns in front of your king alone. You don't want to advance them or trade off with them. This is when you don't want to capture towards the center because it weakens the protection around your king, as we see after knight takes e3. And now I hit him with this move, queen to g5. He plays king to f2, queen to h4. We go back. And now we play this move, rook over to e8. It likes the other rook over more, but after knight takes d5, there were some interesting things I came across. For example, say I play like rook to e8, knight takes d4. Now after bishop to d2, after bishop to e4, I have no idea if this move was any good or not. This is crazy. All right, this is one of the crazy. It doesn't count as a brilliant or anything, but the game system doesn't always, reward players for playing like ingenious moves. This is a move I'm really proud of playing. As you can see, it's the best move in the given position, and it makes a lot of sense. I'm attacking the bishop, and I'm trying to put pressure on e3. The reason this is a hard move to make, and the reason that I was pretty proud of finding it, it's easy to look back after the fact and say, oh yeah, that's a really good move, but over the course of the game, right, your opponent, you are allowing a discover check against your king with the knight on either f6 or e7, all right? Thankfully, there's no way of attacking the queen here, something I had to make sure of, but the ops go for it because, discover check winning material, why not? But after pawn takes on e4, not rook takes e8, because now I'm threatening to capture on f3, and now after pawn to f4, we hit him with the brilliant knight takes d4, all right? It took me until literally 43 seconds left on the ticker to find this move, but we were able to find it. Better late than never, as they always say. And the reason it counts as a brilliant is because obviously you can't take the queen. It's an illegal move because the king is pinned to the rook. I ignore the knight here because material is not valuable in this position. The one and only thing I am doing is going after the enemy king. And when you're doing that, you want to do two things. You want to add more fuel to the fire, which means bring your pieces closer to the enemy king as you can. That's why weak squares or weak undefended squares in enemy territory are huge, because that's places you can get your pieces in. And then the second thing is to remove the defenders around the enemy king. All right, knight takes d4 accomplishes both of those goals. That's how I was able to find it. Brings the knight closer to the attack and removes one of the defenders around the white king. And now after pawn takes d4, we just have force mate in 4 on the board. Rook takes f4. You can go queen here, but obviously you just plunder the queen. Ops aren't doing that. 26 seconds left on the ticker. We play queen to g2, king back to d1, rook takes c1, and now after king to c2, it really doesn't matter because bishop to b4, discovered check, checkmate, and we get the George W. Very, very nice game, chat. All right, 24-92, baby. Trying to push back up there. Appreciate the 100 roses and the sunglasses, Max. Shout out. Appreciate the GG, Sean. Appreciate the W, Nick. What happens if he didn't take and he moved his queen instead? Then if he moved his queen off of that diagonal, I would have been able to checkmate in 2. Someone said this guy is a cheater. Someone said that he like plays really weak moves on like the start of the game, and then he'll play really, really well. I don't believe it. I mean, the account is only 3 days old, and a lot of times online you'll see people make new accounts that they cheat on, that they're like throwaway accounts. But I don't know. I played against him earlier, and he feels very human, you know? Feels like I'm just playing against a good human. I mean, the biggest reason, or my biggest reasoning to that, is that I had a winning position, alright? And chat thinks very highly of me. I appreciate it, you know? Hyping me up and stuff. But on my best day, I'm never going to have, like, a good position against Stockfish. This is a crazy sacrifice, though, by the way. He played that awfully quick. I'm a little nervous. I mean, if I don't accept it, I'm just busted, right? What is this? I go queen c2? Let's hit his knight. No, seriously, what is this? Bishop to a3 looks really, really good. Very hard not to play this move. I'm gonna play it. Oh, let me be clear. This position is just that much better for white. I mean, the American people have to sit back and ask themselves, really, what is black doing here? Giving away pieces on c2 and d3 like it's nothing. I mean, who are we? It's definitely not cheating. I mean, with moves like that, it's pretty hard to imagine. Someone said he plays worse moves at the start of the game and then plays better ones as the game wears on. I mean, if that's the case... well, then, if that is the case, and that is very much the case. Queen to e2, king here and takes. Knight to e2. Looks good enough to me. Like, no computer is ever going to make that kind of an error, right? Now I get to... He tries to hit me with an in-between move, but he gets a little cute. Now I get to trade off my queen for another piece. And I basically just need 3 moves to win the game. I need knight to f3, pawn to g3, Knight to f3, pawn to g3. That's the only important moves in the position. Everything else is like, eh. Pawn to g3, king to g2 is what I need to win. Obviously, I'm not going to drop my bishop for nothing. Let's go here, centralize the bishop. He gets 2 protected passers. Let's just go here. He's backwards cheating. Is backwards cheating where instead of using a chess engine to cheat, you have to play all of chat's moves? Wow. Oh no, chat's getting roasted. Or chat's catching strays for a night. Feels nice to be on the opposite end of that. Usually it's people critiquing my moves. Hmm. I don't think there's any reason to overthink here, but... And now we just take. We just march the king in. I'm gonna win this way. Alright. I felt like if I... Takes. Now I just have to not pre-move. He's definitely not gonna queen the first move. He's gonna wait like... Maybe this guy is watching the stream and he's just a troll. Like, I don't know. He's just playing like... He's gotta be trolling, no? He's gotta be trolling. He under-promotes into a knight. What is it? Shift to hold down? I hold down shift to not auto queen? Nope. Messed that up. Darn it! Alt. I hold down alt to not auto queen. Oh, shout out chat. Alright, let's give him a queen. I need some practice checkmating with 2 bishops. I haven't gotten the chance to do this in forever. No! Take my queen! What is he doing? Who is this man? Alright, let's try that again. Okay. 2 bishop checkmate, chat. I only have 49 moves to get it done, so... You know. Could not happen. Alright. It's been a minute. I used to practice against a computer that would just set up this position with the double bishops versus the king when I was like 8 or 9. And I would just play that game out until I got checkmate. And that's how I got good at doing varied checkmates. Go here. It's here, king to b8. Bishop check, king back to a8. I always forget, does my king need to be... I think it's c6. And my king needs to end on like... He offered me a draw. I mean, if I can't win, that would suck, but I don't think I'm that close to running out of moves yet. Here, 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 here. I think this is all I gotta do. Here, 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 here. No! But this is good. I need some practice. If I go here, he goes king to a7, king to b5, bishop back. Where's my king supposed to be here? Where's my king supposed to be? If I go here, he goes here. Check. Here. You route the king. Here. No. I need my king on c7. I need to not be stalemate. Right? So if I go here, he goes here. I go here. Goes here. Go here. I'm making a fool of myself, but I really haven't done this in so long. Okay, I think I have to rearrange how I'm doing this, right? Here. Because the king belongs on a6, right? My opponent just sent me a message saying, so we're just chilling here, huh? I'm doing my best. Oh my gosh, it's been a minute. What do you guys want from me? I haven't had a position like this in like, I don't know, it's been a minute. Do we think if I had 30 seconds left, would I have figured this checkmate out? No! He doesn't let me get the checkmate! Oh man, 86 moves and we don't get the checkmate! 5 blunders? The 5 blunders were definitely not getting the checkmate right. Alright, we get the George W. It takes a minute. Takes a couple minutes. Takes a few hours. But we do indeed get the George W. Alright. I mean, shout out this guy. I guess he's a good sport. No review. Yeah, that one doesn't really need a review. We're up against a FIDE master, 2400 rated FIDE master, Jack Rogers. Played against this guy in Bullet before. I think a couple times in Rapid. We've gone back and forth. Yeah, he's a coach, a FIDE master, a streamer, a blogger. He has 8 wins versus me, 2 draws, and 13 losses. Could you do it with a bishop plus knight? There's a 50-50 chance, because I don't remember which corner I'm supposed to put the king on. I think it's the same color as the bishop, or is it the opposite color? See, it's 50-50. I've had, I think, one game out of my last 3,000. Probably not even that. That's gone down to a knight and a bishop. I think I've had a little bit more than that, but every single time it's been knight and bishop. It's because I was trolling. Appreciate the follow, Mr. B2834. Shout out. Appreciate the follow, Dud G Boss. Appreciate the follow, Micah the Goat. Can you hack in this? You mean like cheat? Well, you can cheat in just about anything, so, you know. If it's a competitive competition, you can cheat with it. Alright. Doesn't mean you should. Appreciate the follow, Notorious Sir. Appreciate the follow, M3TT Win. Appreciate the follow, Sir Yan. Appreciate the follow, Matt Mangan. Appreciate the follow, Hoang Day Long. Shout out. We're also live on YouTube right now, chat, over at General Zod Chess. If you want to go check the stream out with a wider viewing. I'll take on h6 first. He plays queen to c8. I'm not sure what he's thinking about. Does he have bishop takes? Okay. Oh, maybe he was thinking about... I could play king h2. I could also go g4 to defend the pawn. Because I might want to play g4 one day anyway. If I go g4, he goes h5. I go g5. That seems like it should be good for me, but I'm just going to play calm moves. I had to dip in the last game. Did you get the dub or was it stalemate? We did indeed get the George W. Alright. Took a minute, but we got there in the end, baby. They don't ask how, they ask how many. Never forget that, chat. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Gotta go f4 first. I almost played knight to e3, but that would have been a blunder. If I played knight to e3 here, he has a really cool tactic. Bishop takes h3, bishop takes h3, and then knight to f3 for the fork. It doesn't work anymore because now the f-pawn has been pushed and the rook covers the f3 square. But it was a trap earlier on. I think I'll just develop the knight. A knight on the rim is dim, its chances are slim. We cannot forget that idiom. It is there for a reason. He puts his knight on the edge of the board, so I'm going to take this opportunity to centralize mine. You sharing live, Rush J82. How long have you been playing chess, Sod? I've been playing chess since I was about 3 years old. Been a minute. Been in the mix for a little bit, you know. If I take, he takes. If I go g4, he could take here. g4, takes on e5, takes on h5, bishop back to e6, pawn to h6, takes. Feel like it's pawn to g4. Appreciate the follow, man. Man, sure. Shout out, baby. Appreciate the rose rain. I don't think sacrificing the bishop on g4 does much. Appreciate the follow, Freddie. Appreciate the follow, Donovan. Appreciate the follow, ST Trucks. Over 300 new followers on the stream chat. All right, insane support tonight. I appreciate it. The stream's been going. The stream and the channel have been growing like crazy over the past couple months. So I appreciate you guys chipping in. He takes, but I think I take here first. I think that's very important here. Now his knight on e2 is still hanging. Takes on f4 with the knight. Oh, he goes here first. Okay. I'm not sure if it makes much sense to keep the bishop on the board. I think I go h6 first for sure. And then takes on e2. Whoa! Really? I think he was looking at f5, but what if I just take? Discovered check. Knight's still under attack. And now I don't have to think in terms of like pure tactics. I can just take, and his bishop's still under attack, so after he retreats, I can capture here. Just be up a pawn. So we definitely got the better of that exchange right there. It's not better as in it ends the game instantly, but it does give us good chances for the future, like in games. Got to go here to defend the pawn. Scary looking move. Maybe rook a7 or queen to d4, rook a7, like rook to e8, and then pawn to b3 to shore everything up. Now this guy's always thinking about the counterattack. He wants me to play rook to a7, I capture, and then he can capture on d6, which defends the bishop. And if I capture... Alright, fair enough. But I trapped your queen on the outside of the board now, so has less movement. I'm a pawn ahead. I think an endgame does favor me. Gives me pretty decent winning chances. So I'm going to try and play for that. Appreciate the Heart Me Logan Robe. Shout out, first career gift to the channel, baby. Appreciate the two W's, Michaelis and Gambit. Michaelis and Gambit's a 2100 rated viewer of the channel chat. And he just uploaded a video to his channel where he took down the general in one of our viewer tournaments. If you guys want to go check that out on Michaelis and Gambit's channel. We trade the queens off and we're going to play an endgame here. The question is, am I going to have winning chances in this endgame? Deliver a check. He wants to split the pawns up. Oh, wait. Rook here, maybe? Looks really convincing. 4 minutes, 20 seconds left. Oh, but he has this. How good is the power of push and P here? Here, takes, up one. I'm gonna go for it. His king is absurdly out of play. His pieces are kind of hemmed in. I feel like he has to give up the bishop here. Which, like, maybe I could have played king to g3 first, so his rook couldn't get in. But it is still extra piece in an endgame. So at some point that should play a factor. I think he plays bishop takes. Could be wrong. Maybe there's just a defense here for black to hold the position altogether. I don't think so. Goes rook there. Let's go back. Down in time, but because the position is very complex, the ops have also fallen into the think tank some. So we're catching up in time a little bit. Goes there. Is it rook here? Which is better? Rook here takes. Pawn to b3 looks annoying. If I do that version. Oh, wait. Do I bring this rook in? This might be a lot better. Right, because if I move this rook out of the way, then he can take with his rook, and he doesn't have to give up the rook. If each of our rooks come off the board here, the game becomes significantly easier for me to play and win because he no longer has this full screen defender of a pawn, right? But now if I just kind of leave everything alone, don't move this rook, just leave him there, and instead use the other rook to create targets or threats in the position. If he were to ever trade with the bishop, then his bishop is pinned to the rook, right? And if he ever takes the rook, then the rooks come off the board, and it's a lot easier of the position for me to convert into a win than before. And he's going to try and play for counterplay right off the jump. Makes sense. If I take... If I go here, takes, check, here, takes with the pawn, takes with the rook, takes with the rook. Could he go for check with the rook then? I think I just take. C3 was maybe playable as well, but I'm not sure. And now I take. No, king over one. But wait, now this pawn is... Ah, but he goes here. Okay. Did I misplay this? Here. It's 17 left on the ticker. Let's take first. He takes. I mean, I gotta put the king on a dark square, right? He wants rook f6 for the unpin, so I need to play here to counter that. 50 seconds left. Oh. Wait. I have this. And if you check me, then I can go here. And it's I take with check. 20 seconds left, though. Gotta put the pedal to the metal. Seventeen seconds. Oh no, why'd I play that? No, I blundered with that move. Ah! I should have been able to convert that, man. Ah! Where did I go wrong? Should I have just sealed up the 7th rank here and brought my king upward, maybe? Yeah, giving him all these checks. I had to seal up the 2nd rank, I'm pretty sure. Nick with the subscription for the first time. Shout out, baby. We have another Grandmaster of Krypton in the chat. All right, I appreciate the support. Well played game by the Ops. We were better basically the whole game, but he held on till the bitter end, put me in time pressure, and he was able to get the dub. All right. We go again, though. Appreciate the follow, Mike. Appreciate the follow, Euron Sanani. Shout out. Bro plays no increment? Yeah, I don't like playing with increment for the most part. I think the games are a lot more exciting. Appreciate the 4 Roses IRS. Appreciate the follow, Saucy Follow. Zod, when do you think your chess peak was? Not yet, baby. 1.4k people in here. Shout out to everyone tuning in. All right. Appreciate all the support. We're also live right now on YouTube over at General Zod Chess. If you want to watch the stream with a wider viewing. Appreciate the follow, Junior. Appreciate the follow, Blank. Appreciate the follow, Logan. Appreciate the follow, Abdul Kader Barakat. Appreciate the follow, Brandon. Shout out. I'm struggling to get past 1,000. Any tips? First time finding you? I would say 1,000 and above, you need to put a bigger focus on priorities that you already know. And you need to put a focus on improving your pieces and what they are accomplishing in the middle game. Meaning that after you develop your pieces after the opening, right? After you make your opening moves in castle, it's important to take a second and look at your pieces pieces, see if they're accomplishing anything. More often than not, you'll find one of your pieces isn't fulfilling a role offensively or defensively, and it's up to you to make that piece good instead of just waiting for the position to develop until it's usable. Appreciate the follow, Dimebag, Daryl on top. Appreciate the follow, Monkey Man. Appreciate the follow, Jason French. Appreciate the follow, Jace. Appreciate the follow, K Smeller. Appreciate the follow, Josh. Appreciate the follow, Espresso Despresso. Appreciate the follow, Bro. Appreciate the follow, Popus. Shout out. Where are the ops hiding at, chat? All right, let me refresh the page. Appreciate the 68 Roses IRS. Shout out. Dropping me a mini bouquet. Appreciate the follow, Sigma John. Appreciate the follow, Scooter the Don. What's your goal? Just to have fun, continue growing the game, become the best player I can. Pretty simple. Appreciate the follow, Is Reese. Ops are scared of you? I wonder where everyone went. Are you a Grandmaster soon? No. So in order to become a Grandmaster, you can only acquire it through over-the-board tournament play, not online rating. Appreciate the follow, James. Appreciate you sharing live, Mar Lorenz. Shout out. Can you show your board settings later? It's just the glass theme, glass board with the glass pieces. That's how I get this current layout. And then the only thing I have not standard turned on is he offering me a rematch? Oh, snap. All right. I'll play against this guy again. Let's hit him with the Benoni. In how much hours Magnus Carlsen plays? I don't know how many hours exactly Magnus Carlsen spends playing / practicing chess positions or chess games. I only know it's very, very extensive, right? He puts in a serious, as does every single other top player at that level. In order to play and perform at that level, they all put in an insane amount of work. You hear things like Magnus Carlsen can remember 10,000 different chess positions, right? And people will listen to that and be like, oh my gosh, this guy's like a superhuman. But how many people here can genuinely say they have sat down and studied 10,000 different chess positions, right? In order to remember all of them, that means you're not just like, flipping through them in a couple seconds. You're sitting down, staring at the pieces for minutes, hours, going through different lines, variations, things of that nature, right? All that stuff is something that takes up time. You don't just like do it instantly. So although Magnus is insanely talented, as is every other top chess player, they all put in a extraordinary amount of work to get to and maintain the level of play that they're at. It's not like they were just randomly chosen. They still have gifts, don't get me wrong, but every single one of them has put in hours, thousands and thousands and thousands of hours, dedicated years and years of their life in order to master their craft. It's not like let's see who's going to be good at chess, Pawn to f4 is very unusual looking. I can go pawn to b5 maybe. Queen to a5 is also at least an option. Queen A5 speaks to me. It just speaks to me. Appreciate the follow, Packing Ink Tattoo. Shout out. Appreciate the 4 roses, Kaio Raku. Appreciate you sharing live Fortnite. Love the YouTube lives since they save and can be watched. I appreciate it, Kyle. You can also watch all the live streams and the replays of live streams over on the YouTube channel chat, General Zod Chess. Got a pawn under attack. What, a delayed Benko Gambit, maybe? It's one option. Pawn to e6 is another. Knight to f6 is another option. Knight to f6, knight to f3, pawn to b5. Takes. I think I'll just go here. What percent of players do you think cheat? I mean, regularly less than 1%. Cheaters get banned eventually. Like, no one, or if you mean at the highest levels, professional. Again, I don't know. I don't think it's that It's not nearly as big of a number as people like say it is. Maybe at some point in like one specific game, someone might have done something. I have no way of proving that or not proving it, you know. B5 takes with the bishop check. I think I just go here, reinforce. Get ready to play b5. Almost no matter what he does, I can pre-move b5 next move, I feel like. Even if he goes a4, I'm going b5. I'm stuck at 1100 elo. Appreciate the follow, Aryan912, shout out. Zod is 100% the cutest chess player. Yes, sir. Appreciate the follow. How accurate are elos? I mean, they're pretty accurate. Going pawn to b5 anyway. It's not like if you're a higher rated player than someone else, you're guaranteed to win. And if you're a lower rated player, it's not like you're going to lose, guaranteed. They don't work like that. But they're pretty accurate, you know. Anyone can beat anyone. Chess, sports, whatever it is. Because no one's perfect, no matter what activity you may do or be choosing from. At the end of the day, even the greatest humans at any activity are still human. Obviously, you know, you could take that example and go, well, in that case, maybe you can beat LeBron James one-on-one. Obviously, the odds can be extremely lower. You know, if you're playing against someone way out of your rating range, then your chances of winning aren't great. It's not impossible, but not great. Appreciate the follow, Cheeky Noodles. Appreciate the follow, ASAP Q7. Shout out. What's your setup? With like the board or the streaming? How do you know the right time to castle? Why have you not castled? The only reason I haven't castled in this position, well, there's a couple reasons I haven't castled in this position. Number one is I kind of deemed there were more important things that I could accomplish before I castled. Takes with the bishop would be check. Wait, can I just take on e3? Takes on e3. Knight to c7 check. Takes on e3, takes on a5 with the queen. I don't know. I'm gonna play it. Maybe the ops can punish it, but if they can, I can't see how. So if he can punish it, it's a pretty sneaky punish. But you can't be scared of the boogeyman in chess. Appreciate the heart me done ya. Shout out. First career gift to the channel, baby. If I take someone was saying take with the bishop here, but if he takes with the bishop, then it's check. I mean, maybe I could take with the bishop, he takes with the bishop, I take with the queen, he takes with the pawn, I take with the rook, and then I'm going to get the other rook as my, like, takes with the bishop, takes with the bishop, takes with the queen, takes with the pawn, takes with the rook. But he has knight to c1 and blocking, so I don't get both rooks. He resigns, I think. I mean, I'm much better here, but resigning is a bit early. Maybe he just felt a little cheesy about playing on and flagging me in the last game. I don't know. I mean, the position is much better for black, but if I'm white, I'm going to play that position on for at least a little bit. We played at 93.8% accuracy. We just get a Benoni, and now he captures here. I've never seen this before. So I captured with the G-pawn. Apparently you're supposed to capture with the E-pawn. Honestly, I've never seen it. Play pawn to F5. Like, this is kind of just what I want in my head. I get the doubled pawns here, and there's an open G-file. People are asking me why I didn't castle immediately. I wanted to make sure he castled first so that I could castle my king and wouldn't be prone to him saying, psych, I'm going this way, and then just pushing pawns down the board against my open king, right? Since this pawn is no longer here, there's an open file. Could be easier to attack. And since the position is closed right now. Notice how the pawns are kind of locked up with each other. I don't put the highest priority on castling because the pawns aren't going to break up and the position isn't going to open up, so I don't have to worry about my king getting out of the center of the board. Generally, when you do this, you want to do it to make sure that the position is going to open up, so you want to get out of there before the impending battle. Michaela's and Gambit drop for the super GG. Appreciate it, baby. Appreciate the follow, DeVooster. Appreciate the follow, Hot Dogs Buns. Appreciate the follow, literally Josuke. We go knight to f6, defending the pawn with the bishop. He goes knight g to e2. I play bishop to d7, trying to put more pressure on b5. He sees this. It's a very typical idea to play pawn to a4 if you know black's going to go for b5 in this setup. So the problem is it doesn't work here. I can play b5 anyway. Appreciate the follow, Bird. Appreciate the follow. I'm not reading that username. Appreciate the follow, Bordur. Alright, you know exactly who you are. Appreciate the 17 roses, Zuba. And now, if you take the pawn here, obviously, I just take the rook. That's why the tactics prevent the ops from capturing on b5. So, or with the pawn at least. So he captures with the knight instead. And now I capture the pawn here. He was thinking for a fork here, but I mean, the knight capture on d5 stops it. And now after bishop to c4, trying to uproot me, I think in his head he was thinking, I've done this before where I kind of overcalculate, and when I overcalculate, in my head, I'll have a piece already moved, but on the board it won't have moved yet. In this position, my opponent was calculating like queen takes a5, queen takes a5, and then he was relying on knight to c7 here. With the fork, he forgot that my rook lifted up from c8 to a5 after the queen trade, so that the fork no longer works. And if you go for the fork immediately with knight to c7, my queen just swoops back. I mean, you take my knight, but I'm just 2 pawns ahead here. The position's very, very busted for black, or sorry, for white. We get the George W, but the very, very clean. Just knight takes e3, queen takes a5. I mean, he resigns on the spot. All right. Appreciate the follow, Born to be GM. Appreciate the follow, Jarius. Is it hard to get brilliance for you? I think we had like 9 yesterday. If you look on the channel, what do you call it? I think like 4 or 5 of the last several clips I've uploaded have included a brilliant. Not all of them. I think a couple were like a comeback, come from behind with very little time. Or Zupa dropping how many roses? 11, 13, 15, 16... 17, 22 roses and 4 finger hearts. Shout out, baby. Do you have tips for 1500? I think for 1500, a lot of it can be playing like unorthodox. I would say you already have a good master of like a lot of habits, but a lot of improving from that level and onward stems from learning how to make yourself difficult to beat. Like a lot of people think are a little mistaken, I think, on like how improvement in chess works. Like if you want to go up a rating, you know, when you want to gain significant rating points, a lot of people think, okay, well, if I'm training and I'm trying to get better, then as soon as I'm in a losing position, that means I'm failing at my job, right? I'm not training properly. I'm not doing a good job, getting in bad positions. But a lot of improving comes from being able to find ways to win in positions where you're worse. Being able to complicate the game and play on and not just fall into a steep panic. A lot of that at those levels will allow you to stay in and win so many more games. Like it's not only a lot of it is mentality, to be sure, but a lot of it is also avoiding trades, avoiding simple exchanges. And I also think getting in the habit of looking for the most forcing move on the chessboard is essential to advancing your tactical ability or your tactical level. Past that point, it's impossible to calculate all the moves out in a position. So when you're looking at complex positions or you think there might be a chance or a tactic for you, right? Your spidey senses are kind of tingling. And that should come as a result from doing puzzles, right? You do a lot of puzzles so that hopefully in game your spidey senses start tingling. I wonder if I could have played... And so you try and consider the most forcing moves in any position. Forcing moves are the moves that allow your opponent the fewest amount of responses, right? So it's either generating a large threat, maybe a true forcing move like a check where they legally have to respond. but looking for those. A lot of times you can find them and they aren't like the moves that will win you the game aren't like crazy hard to see. It's only like a 1-2 move combo. You know, it's not like something you have to be the next Bobby Fischer where he was just the greatest calculator on the planet in order to spot it. A lot of times it's just being willing to look for it and not having the stigma in your head of, oh, this doesn't go anywhere, like it looks like a ridiculous move. You have to be willing to prove to yourself why it's a ridiculous move, which means you have to find a solution for it. If you look at a move and you're like, it looks ridiculous because it gives away material, or it puts my piece in an awkward looking spot, or whatever your reasoning may be, but it's still the most forcing move on the board, meaning your opponent only has like 1, 2, 3 ways of defending against it. It's important that you actually take the time out to figure out, okay, it looks ridiculous because of this move right here, you know? And then once you find it, you're like, okay, I've proven it's ridiculous. There's no reason to look further. Let's look at something else, you know? But that's only after you've proven it to be not good. Hmm. Do I take on f6? I really don't want to if I don't have to. If I go knight back to e2, he takes on d4. I take on e7. Yeah, it doesn't look good for him. I think we just retreat the knight back. Gotta pick up the speed though. Appreciate the follow, Aspen. Shout out. Appreciate the 11 W's and the 10 roses from Zupa. Shout out, baby. Appreciate the let him cook, Brock Calvi. Appreciate the follow, Bam. What openings do you like, Zod? I'm more of an aggressive player, so I've almost always used the King's Pawn opening. That's a scary looking move. It's not necessarily like the best opening, although if you were to ask Bobby Fischer, you would say it is the best opening, but I think you can play a lot of different openings, especially nowadays because there's so much information about different openings, different setups. Maybe it's scary, but it's not that scary, because if he ever goes like knight to g4, I feel like I don't have to take. I can just sidestep with my king. Young and chasing dreams, reaching for the stars. Appreciate the follow, Joe. Thank you for sharing the live, Ray. Appreciate the follow, Baby Pluto. Appreciate you sharing the live, Lil Punisher. Appreciate the follow, or thank you for sharing the live, Amir Z. Shout out. We're also live on YouTube right now, chat, over at General's Odd Chess, if you want to check that out. Dang, bro, you're giving us all this great coaching for free, says Liam on YouTube. I do my best, baby. I do my best. Have you 3-starred most of the bots? Appreciate the follow, Gathan. Appreciate the follow, Duda Akal. Appreciate the follow, Fuji. Appreciate the follow, Ronaldo07 Goat. Appreciate the follow, or appreciate you sharing live Zaheen and One Beat Songs 4. Shout out. I have not played against most of the bots, so I haven't 3-starred them, but Lil Zod, I'm teaching him chess right now, and he's been cooking the bots. He just started, literally just started playing the game. But he's been crushing it. Lil Zod's going to be a menace in no time flat. I can tell. I think right now his online rating is like 700, but he's climbing the ranks, and I can tell he's going to be very, very good. It's kind of a matter of when and not if with Lil Zod, because there's some, like, he just fights on in positions where he's not better. And that's what you need to do. Even when you realize you aren't better, you look for a way to make the position complicated. You look for some way to get a win, anything, you know. It can be unorthodox, unstand. I don't like knight to g1. I don't like my position, to be honest, by the way. I've been yapping so much. I feel like maybe just takes on f6, probably. He's going to go for this. Okay. So I obviously take. I definitely don't. Now he goes there. Now if I go queen to c1, Or sorry, queen here. And he takes, then his knight's trapped though, isn't it? Like if I go here? How's that knight coming home? It's a legitimate question to ask, right? I'm down the exchange right now. I get 2 pieces for a rook. I don't like that move for him. Oh, I see. He wants to go for an attack. I'm not a believer in this for him at all. To go for an attack, but it feels like I'm a lot faster. Can go knight f3. He plays f6. Goes c3, gearing up for d4. What's his response? Queen f. I'm gonna go c3. Gotta be careful. I am opening lines and files. Rooks generally are better. The more, or they become stronger, the more open files that appear on the chessboard. Let's go here, get our knight into the game. He goes there. Now what happens if I go something like this? I kind of like it. Jealousy on your alibi. Destiny is on the way. I'm Mr. Brightside. Jealousy choking on your alibi. Appreciate the follow, Slingshot65. Appreciate the follow, August Gennardi85. Shout out. What's the worst opening? Fool's Mate. Where you just move these 2 pawns for your first 2 moves as white. You move them up 2 squares. Your King's Knight and King's Bishop pawns up 2 squares. And if your opponent can just go Queen here for checkmate on move 3. I would have to say, definitively speaking, that is the worst opening in chess. Put the rook on the open file. Put more pressure here. He might try and go for the queen trade, be like, yo! Oh my gosh, I did not see that. Oh dear. If I take here, okay. I definitely blundered. But how bad of a blunder is it? Do I just have to take and find out? Ugh. Takes and find out is never fun. I could also go e6 maybe? Is it e6 or takes? Maybe I'm still fine, actually. But I need to figure out if it's e6 or e takes d6. e6, takes on g2, takes on g2. Then what do you play? Rook to g7, how do I get around that? Oh, wait, if I take, he takes. Just playing in-game. Takes. Rook to g7. How do I get around that? Do I even have anything? If I take, he gets to play a rook in-game where he's... up, what? A pawn? Not easy to make a play call. But you gotta make one. I gotta go. e6, takes. Rook to g7. How do I generate more pressure? Do I have any squares? Queen to h4. I'm going to do this and keep fighting on to play for the win. If I captured on d6, then my opponent could have taken it to an in-game. He had a line to take it to an in-game where he was up a pawn in a rook and pawn in-game. And although I don't think I could have lost that in-game without playing really poorly, I think my chances of winning it were also basically zero. So it was probably going to be a draw or a position where I lose. So instead of going for that, I'm going to try and keep the game nice and sharp. I do need to watch the time though. Down to $1.30. We're also live on YouTube chat over at General Zod Chess if you guys want to check out the stream with a wider viewing platform, and he does indeed go. Let's go Queen h4 first. Gonna be really honest, I'm not completely sure how much that accomplishes. Doesn't accomplish nothing, which is something, maybe. Jealousy, joking on your animal, the price I pay, destiny is on the way. If he goes queen to c2, I can block with rook to f2, and there's no follow-up check on e4, by the way, because my queen can take on e4. That was also their last move. That's why he didn't go for that. My queen has been covering the e4 square for a minute. I gotta use the bathroom so bad. So bad. He's in the think tank. Should I go? I'm gonna go. Ah! Ah! Wait. That's a blunder. Whoa. King b7's a blunder. I think. King to... Whoa, wait. Darn it. Ran out of checks. Was it not a blunder? Still don't have any checks. Oh, this doesn't work. Ah! It didn't work! Darn it, man. I thought I was maybe winning for a second. Right here? No. Darn! Wow, well played on his part. This was a draw, though. But this is the wrong... Why do I play here? And there's no checks. And there's no, like... Oh my gosh, that's what I had to spot. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. Let's go again, chat. Or eat. Appreciate the follow, Doy saying. Shout out. Which chess game is this? This is me playing on chess.com. You can download it for free on the App Store or Google Play Store, or you can play on the browser like I am right now. Appreciate the follow, Junie. Appreciate the follow, Raph. Zod, tips for 300 rated player. When you're new to the game, I think learning familiarity with the pieces is huge. Learning development, right? There are certain guidelines to chess in material factors, and learning about them and incorporating them into your own games goes a long way towards improvement, such as development, right? You want to try and develop your pieces off the back rank of the chessboard. Every single piece, you don't need to bring the queen out too early. Sticking to basics like that helps you a long way. Let's go knight to c6. Appreciate the follow, Calamity. Shout out. Hey, I'm new to chess, want to play? I play against a lot of viewers, or I play against viewers in a lot of my streams. If you want to give the channel a follow, you can definitely catch a stream where I'm doing that. Right now, I'm just playing random games on the ladder. Appreciate the follow, Jay. I think I take with the E pawn. Can also take with the C pawn, but I don't think that's good. I mean, this position objectively is already pretty bad for black. Plenty of time to turn it around, obviously, because it's only a couple games in. Zod, are you a fast or slow walker? I'll walk before I even know my destination. So, definitely not a slow walker. Like, you know, I'll be sitting down somewhere and then I'm like, I don't want to be in this spot anymore. And I'll start moving. And then it'll be like, wait, where am I going? And in my head I'm like, it doesn't matter. I'll figure that out. Goes there. If I go queen to d7, very natural looking move. Any tips to use my time better? I've lost a lot due to time. I think in a lot of positions you're going to be familiar, and then in other positions you're going to be unfamiliar. In positions where you're familiar, If you've been struggling with time pressure, I think it's important to just trust your instinct, right? The first move that pops in your head, take a good look at it. If you don't see any reason why it loses you the game, feel free to play it. Obviously, you want to measure twice and cut once, and no human, especially when they're playing quickly, is impervious to catching everything, right? Even players at the highest of levels are going to miss things from time to time if they're playing quickly, but you have to at some point learn to rely on your intuition. It's important to try and learn when to rely on it though, right? If you have 10 minutes, for example, if you're playing a 10-minute game and you have been playing the same opening over and over and over to the point where you've played that opening, say, hundreds of times, right? It's as familiar to you as just walking outside, smelling the roses. You don't need to use your 10 minutes, even though it's slower chess, if it's the same opening and you're already very used to it. You don't need to use all that time figuring out the position. How old are you, Zad? How old do I look, chat? Can you do the Obama voice when you explain it? Well, let me be clear. The American people have had a serious problem with development. You have to make sure your king gets out of the center of the chessboard before the attack of the enemy pieces and files open up. This is not a game. It's more than that. Appreciate the follow. Whoa, what? He resigned? What? Appreciate the follow, Lilypad. What? 25? You look 50? 19? Who's at 50? You're 25. I am indeed 25. You look 40? Ay, ay, ay. Age is wearing on the general. He had been... Oh, he lost connection. He lagged out. His profile image? Oh, it's, Wait, no one tell me, no one tell me. The dude pushing the rock up the mountain. What is his name? What's the dude pushing the rock up the mountain? No one tell me. No one tell me. It's Sisyphus, isn't it? Right? One must imagine Sisyphus happy. That's the quote, right? Because from a distance, you always see him pushing the boulder up the mountain, and it's like he's cursed to do that. Push it up the top of the mountain, and then it rolls down, and he has to start all over, and he's just cursed to do that for eternity. It is Sisyphus? Yes, let's go. Right? And that seems like a pretty brutal punishment. But, a lot of the times, if you think about it, you can compare it to a lot of things in life, like any sports player, you're just pushing the rock back up the mountain. At the very best, you get to the top of the mountain, but then a new season starts and you have to start all the way over again. You're just doing the same thing over and over and over again. Einstein called that the definition of insanity. But I think a philosopher said that you have to imagine Sisyphus happy because he's getting to do what he wants to every single day, which is push the rock, and he's rewarded for it because he does have success. He gets it to the top of the mountain. It resets again, so from a distance, it looks like he's just doing the same thing over and over, but to him, he gets to do, what he enjoys, and there's a sense of accomplishment, and there's a sense of purpose in it. It's all relative. It's like how our cats and dogs look at us playing on our phones and they're like, stupid humans. And then we look at cats and dogs playing with a little stick and they're like, we're like, what? Why do you care about a little stick? They're just like, haven't you ever seen an iPhone? It's all a matter, to us it looks ridiculous, and to cats and dogs, us playing with technology looks ridiculous, right? It's all a matter of perspective, I guess, at the end of the day. On to the next one. Let's go knight to f6. Appreciate the follow, Hoygia11 knight. 119, shout out. Let's go pawn to e6. Love these discussions. Your chats are so non-toxic. The bar is low, but I appreciate it. Appreciate the W, take my ideas, shout out. Alright. What are some tips for an 1100? I think a lot of play at that stage of the game, like a lot of improvement at that stage of the game, comes from learning to put your pieces on ideal squares, and not like I kind of value it like a little bit as efficiency. And then I think also there's a big part of the mental game, right? You have to be willing to look for more. You don't want to confine yourself to what you just know. You have to be adventurous, explore, take chances, get messy, make mistakes. All right. I think there was some redhead lady who used to say that. Guess we'll just go bishop to e7. Shout out Miss Frizzle. Have you ever played against Magnus Carlsen? Someone said Magnus Carlsen. I've never played against Magnus Carlsen. I played against Magnus Carlsen once when I was much younger, though, in a online bullet game. Did not end well for me, I must say. We were a couple hundred rating points. Well, actually, technically speaking, I think I might have been the higher rated player because it wasn't Magnus on his main account. I didn't even know I was playing against Magnus when I played him. It was a new account. It was back when like top grandmasters didn't always have what do you call it, known accounts, or they didn't always play under publicly known accounts. It was a new account. I think they were only like 2600 rated, which at the time for online bullet would still, I believe, put them in like the top 50 of the world. But what do you call it? I looked at the account because I hadn't played against it before, so it was a new op, and you know, anyone who's like top 50-ish in ranking who you don't recognize, obviously an outlier. So you're always like, wonder what this guy's story is. So I remember clicking on his profile, and the only thing it said was he had 54 wins and 0 losses. Appreciate the follow, Prince AZ Usop Muyan, or maybe it was like 50. It was 50 something wins and 0 losses. So I knew the guy was insane. We played and it was brutal. I got crushed. Fastest player I've ever played against. Well, fastest, most accurate player. Like, it wasn't that all of his moves he was playing at a blinding speed. It's not like Magnus Carlsen has the best mouse speed in the world, you know, of any, forget chess player, but just like, you know, anyone in general. But, he's able to calculate and find not only the best move in the position, but he's able to sniff out and figure out what you want to do in the position and then cancel that, find the move or set of moves that cancels out your idea. Because it was a bullet game and because we were playing like, you know, spinning less than 1 or 2 seconds on the clock, there were a couple times over the course of the game where I was able to catch him off guard, meaning I played a move that generated a threat that he hadn't seen before or that he wasn't aware of, and then I could kind of, even though we weren't like playing in person, I could kind of see him figuring it out. Like, he would stop for a second to realize the threat, take like half a second, and then he would move, and the response would be like just neutralizing out my threat. And I was like, oh my gosh, this guy is nuts. This guy's got to be like a grandmaster. I was right. He was a decently well-known grandmaster, 5-time world champion. You know, not terrible. Appreciate the follow, Beans. Thank you for sharing live. DDDDD. Appreciate the follow, Cool Guy 886. Appreciate the follow, Renowned owns a Glock. Appreciate the follow, Malibu 7679. Goes there. I'm tempted to just start pushing, but he probably wants to do the same. Push on b5. What if I come in and push on b5? Looks kind of crazy. But not too many people have ever accused the general of being a sane man, so we're going to send it. Do you prefer blitz or bullet? I prefer bullet chess for the most part. I need to get back into blitz, though, because I think blitz is like the most serious for online community. Like, if you want to play against the best possible players you can online, you got to play blitz. The online chess community, like the masters and players at or near that strength level, they do not enjoy playing rapid chess as a whole. There are some players that do play it. Ooh, There's some players that do play rapid chess, but I would say they're kind of few and far between. Obviously, he wants queen c2 / queen e4. I'm just going to say bring it on. I wonder if he takes knight takes d4, I can play bishop to d5. And then the queen is forced somewhere, like e2. And then I take on d4, he takes on d4. And then I take on g2. Could be worth a look. And he says, nah, man, I'm just going to capture this pawn over here. I'm going to take. I don't know if I can, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Don't know if it leads to my untimely demise. Why don't they like rapid? I think it's a combination of things. I think it's kind of difficult to pay that much attention online compared to over the board when you've been like if you play chess over the board religiously like master level players do, right? That's how you get master titles. Online chess, you'll notice like you're using a lot less concentration, a lot less focus, a lot less energy. I mean, I guess it's kind of stating the obvious that the games, right, there's less on the line, so there's a lot less pressure compared to competing in a prize tournament for hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially, you know. So there's that factor. There's the cheaters at this level. They get kind of abundant, right? A lot of non-title players who end up at this level or get there from cheating. So it's a combination of that. Takes. What if he goes like knight here? I don't know. Should I trade a rook off first? Like, I'm kind of tempted to just send it and see what happens. I don't know if that's a wise way to live. I'm going to be honest. But again, whoever accused the general of being wise. Hello, I've reached 2100 rapid, 2050 blitz, and 2000 bullet probably is what he meant. In under 3000 games, is it good? You should always take pride in your accomplishments. You know? You should always take an extreme amount of pride. Reaching 2100 rapid and 2050 blitz, huge accomplishments. But I always say comparison is the thief of joy, you know? If you're using getting to X rating by a certain amount of time as like your what do you call it, your justification for being good, you're always going to run into someone else who has been doing it for less time than you and it has gotten even further, right? Because we all have different circumstances. You don't know, like maybe the person who's in front of you, they have access to a really good coach. Maybe they just have access to a lot of high-level talent around them or really good chess players around them that help strengthen their games, right? You don't know what kind of resources other people have available to them. So I always say comparison is the thief of joy. It's more important, you know, for you to be focused on / proud of your own accomplishments rather than justifying it in that way, you know? I think I'm going to sacrifice the exchange here. Feels right, so I'm going to do it. He takes with the rook, and now if I push the pawn, he takes with the rook here. So I was thinking I play pawn to c5 first. Is there anything else for me? Pawn up one, he takes, yeah, c5 first. I think he was looking at pawn to c2. But I want pawn to c5 first. I don't know. There is like bishop to e4, yeah. Exchange has not been recovered. So that means I'm still down 1 point of material. Let's go here. Keep an eye on this pawn, I think. And he's like, yo, I'll give you that exchange that I won right back. Now that is a tricky one. He's threatening bishop takes g6 if I don't take. Ooh, that was a nice move. That's a nasty little move. mean, rook to d8 is a legal chess move in the position, technically speaking. It is a legal move, yeah. A good legal move. Looks like insanity. Yeah, he's gonna give the exchange right back. I mean, if I don't take, I don't know what I'm living for. Oh, he has queen there. Ooh. Ooh, that might have just done me in. I think that does do me in. Oh, queen there is such a nice finish. Alright. You gotta give credit where it's due. That was a nice exchange sacrifice right back. Should have been on the lookout for it. I don't think I have any way of holding this one. Gotta stop mate on these two squares, but I feel like after queen to h5, I'm dead as a doornail, unfortunately. Giving back the exchange sacrifice was really, really nice on his part, though. Very well played game from the ops. What chess style is that? If you're talking about the theme, it's the glass theme with the glass board and pieces. I keep losing because of bad Wi-Fi. Any tips? Probably get better Wi-Fi. That would be my #1 tip to improvement. I don't know. Every legitimate move I have is losing. This sacrifice does not work. Should we just take here and hope he becomes blind? Oh no, this doesn't, I was hoping he just missed the queen. I don't know why he would miss it. We were getting mated no matter what, or he takes no effort to play one extra move. I'm pretty sure I was getting mated here. Or giving up significant amounts of material. So, it's not checkmate. You can go knight to d5 to stay alive, but, I mean, I'm down a piece. And then you can go pawn to c2, and then bishop to g5, king to g8, and now bishop just takes d8. And it's kind of just GG all she wrote. Very, very well played game from the ops, I gotta say. Appreciate the follow, SHD Winarda, shout out. Alright. Don't be spamming in the chat. Nothing wrong with asking a question multiple times, but, you know, don't be flooding it up. How can I cross 2200? If you're 2100 and you're trying to cross 2200, I would say studying in games alone will probably get you there. Jeremy Silman's book of complete in-game course, or Jeremy Silman's complete in-game course, fantastic book on in-games, helped level up my elo a lot. And if you're at that rating range, shoring up and improving your in-games will go a long way to towards improvement. I appreciate all the support over the night, chat. We've hit 460 new followers on the stream, 78,000 likes, alright? Appreciate all the crazy support. Is Chess Premium worth it? It's kind of nice for like all the extra side benefits when it comes to like content creation. If you're just purely focused on chess and you don't want to pay money, I think everything it offers in terms of like improvement, most of that stuff you can just get on like other chess sites. Appreciate the follow Gojo, appreciate the follow Pete. My favorite NFL team is the Dallas Cowboys. What's your IQ, Zod? I've only ever had my IQ tested once when I was like much younger. I went in, they like did a bunch of tests, had me solve like a bunch of puzzles and answer a bunch of questions. And they were like, we've never seen someone come in and do it at the speed that you did it at before. So they were pretty taken aback. And they ended up asking if I did like any extracurricular activities. And I was like, I play chess, hockey on the side. And they were like, that makes sense. And so I ended up getting the test results back, and They said it had been quite a while since they got a score like that. I think my IQ ended up scoring somewhere like I think it was like 14. Let's go pawn to D3. Let's go bishop to E3. Hit the pawn. I know there are some people in the stream who've like been watching for a while, who definitely have are sick of me using that joke. But I always say it whenever someone asks me on stream what my IQ is. Knight E to C6 looks odd. Maybe not bad, but odd. I guess I'll play E5. What a story. What's your actual IQ? I have no idea. I've never actually gotten a test before. Probably realistically 14 on a good day. Hey Zod, can I ask a question? Tell the fire story. The fire story, my friends and I at college, I went to college in Massachusetts, and I had a bunch of friends who were friends with kids in Philadelphia. We played hockey. I played hockey in college, so in hockey everyone kind of knows everyone, right? So we had a bunch of friends in Philadelphia. So we went out to Philadelphia, had a road trip with like me and four of my buddies. To go watch the Eagles versus Chiefs Super Bowl. And so we ended up watching it. It was a blast. We had an awesome time. Everyone from Philly was awesome. I ended up taking, it was like obviously the middle of winter, but since we were sightseeing in Philadelphia, we stopped by the Rocky statue and I ended up taking a picture with it, or with my shirt off. And after the game, we went back to the house to go just like chill, drink, relax, and talk about the game, right? And one of our buddies was walking a friend of his home, so he was out of the house, and he came pouring back into the house, storming in, and he was just like, everyone outside now, and we could tell he was deathly serious. So we all poured out of the house, and I'm not gonna lie, like the way he said it, we thought a fight had broken out, so we all poured out ready to like beat up whoever. We were drunk in Philadelphia at 2 a.m. We were ready to go, and we went outside, and the house across the street from us had just burst into flames. And the family that was inside was asleep because it was like a 4-person compartment house, and the fire broke out in the top right. There was no one home up there. So me and my buddies like rushed over, woke them up, got everyone outside, and then a news crew came, the fire department came, and they were wondering what happened, and the family was like, these college kids saved us, they saved us. And so we ended up getting on the news and stuff for it. It was pretty fun. Let's take on C5. So y'all plundered the house. Like 10 minutes before that whole thing happened, or that whole thing went down, I was playing chess with one of the Philadelphia kids that we'd met, because they had a chessboard at the house. And to make it fair, because, they weren't like serious chess players, I was playing blindfolded with 2 40s like taped to my hands, so I had to like just tell them the moves instead of what do you call it, making them myself, because I was blindfolded with 2 40s taped to my hands. Guess I'll go knight to B3. Not sleep yet? It's only 10 p.m. It's not that late where I am. Although I'm also always been kind of a night owl, so. I guess I'll just go rook over 1. Do you follow any minor league hockey leagues, ECHL for example? Not really for the most part. I've been paying a little bit of attention to the Tulsa Oilers this year, A, because they're the affiliate to the pro hockey team I cheer for, the Anaheim Ducks, and B, I'm in Oklahoma, so Tulsa, only 2 hours away. But outside of that, not really. I could go pawn up one. He's going to retreat the knight. Should I just start expanding for space right now and play like pawn c4? Or pawn to d4 first, and then pawn to c4? I mean, it looks all right. Don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. When everything's meant to be broken, I just want you to know who I am. 'Cause I just want you to know. Do I reroute the knight? Queen to f3 is also possible. Queen to f2 is also possible. I like queen f2. Let's put pressure on b6. Gotta up the speed just a smidge. And by just a smidge, I mean kind of a lot. If he goes pawn to b3, can I go pawn to d5? He takes on b3, I take on b6, attacking the queen. The queen moves, and then I take on c6, and then I'm attacking the bishop, and I can take the rook at the end. He doesn't do anything. Pawn to d5 looks lethal here. I'm gonna play it. Why is your room so dark, Zod? Shine some light. I stream for hours at a time, and where I'm streaming from, the light in my room is right above me. So from the angle I'm streaming at, I'm kind of like just staring into the light. It doesn't bother me much when I'm only streaming for like an hour, hour and a half or something. But if I'm going the distance, you know, I'm going for a while. After like hour 3, hour 4, I can definitely feel my eyes start to strain some. I'm working on getting a better lighting system, or what do you call it? Some shades or some glasses, some blue light glasses. But this is what we got, baby. This is what we got. Are those festival bands? I think one of them might be. I'm not a huge festival person. Not because I have anything against festivals. I don't know. I don't get invited to go. Like, I don't know. I don't mind festivals, like music festivals, but they're not also like a must see or must attend. I can go bishop to here, and his queen is trapped. Wait, his queen is trapped. He has to play rook to d6. I can take here. Rook over one, then I play rook here. What if he plays knight to d4? Everything hangs. I think I play this. I'm not completely sure, but I'm gonna go for it. All right. Why not take? In chess, when you have a good move, look for an even better one. If you have a move that you know benefits your position extremely well, right? If you know you have a move that gives you an advantage, that means the only way you could have gotten a move like that is if your opponent messed up and made a mistake somewhere. And whenever they do that, you should look for the harshest possible way to punish them. Because if you just take it like, I'll just take this and keep going, a lot of times they can still be in the game later on, and maybe they find a way to come back, right? You want to put them out instantly, ASAP, no Rocky. Don't give them a chance to get back into the game, you know? It's not always going to be the case, but you should do your due diligence in slower time controls, and when you know you have a good move, you look for an even better one. That's a crazy move. If we just take here. We're up a queen. I'm trying my best to not mentally clock out of the game at this point. I'm just going to go here. The only way I lose this game is if I get too fancy. Play something like knight to c5. Obviously, when you have a good move, you should look for an even better one. At this point, though, I think I'm up so much material. There's no reason to overcomplicate the position and by trying to reinvent the wheel. Just play natural moves. Don't play too quickly. Look before you leap. All should be taken care of, you know? No reason to reinvent the wheel trying to come up with a forced move in 40 checkmate. Double bishops are kind of annoying. I think I'm just going to force the bishop off the board, try and trade material down, and should be good enough. Like target the pawn on a3, for example. He goes there to defend it, but now we just go queen to c7, and the game should wrap up right here. If he goes bishop to a6, I just capture on d5. I can block the check with my bishop. Even if I couldn't, it would still be winning, but this makes it easier. Again, there's no reason to, what do you call it? Zone out. So I should be safe here. If I takes, I play pawn up one. He goes rook to a1. Okay, I'm just going to take. Play pawn up one. He goes there. All roads lead to Rome. Let's just go bishop c4. Can we play one unrated rapid game, please? I'm not playing viewers in this stream, but if you follow the channel, you can definitely catch a stream where I'm playing against viewers. Although normally I don't usually play rapid games because there's a lot of different people that want to play. So I don't want to keep people waiting like 20, 30 minutes, you know? But if you give the stream a follow, you can definitely catch a game or catch a stream where I'm playing against viewers. Let's just take the pawn. I mean, there's no reason to overthink this one. Should be mate. Let me get the George W. Very good, very good, very good. Alright, we didn't get to finish the checkmate, so I had to do it manually. Just Paul dropping the galaxy. Shout out, baby. Alright, I appreciate the support. Ay, 25 hundo super trying. I've been on the edge all day. We hit it earlier today. My all-time best in rapid is like 25-30, but it's tough getting up there, man. It is tough. I think every now and again people will play a game and they aren't going to be paying the most attention. That's kind of what this game felt like. My opponent had a lot of chances over the course of the game to make it more complicated, at least. That's what I thought, and he just kind of, I don't know, didn't look for ways of making more complicated. Do I win the game no matter what? Probably, but it's at least still a game and you have to find out. I'm just a lot better here because this pawn is hanging. He tries to defend it with pawn to c2. I just capture the pawn with knight takes c5. If you capture my knight, then I can capture on c6. Forking your two rooks, I don't know if I would have captured the rooks. I might have just taken the free pawn and gotten out of there. Because, for example, takes, here, takes, say I do a nothing move like this, then like here, and it just looks scary, right? Maybe there's nothing here, it's easily defended, but I wasn't sure if I would hop into this line. Anyway, though, he goes after knight takes c5, queen to c7, I play knight back to b3, I'm just a pawn ahead in this position, so I know I just have to play slowly. Ops are not paying attention here. They're just kind of moving quickly, moving to move. I think if he took like, how long did he take here? He took like 20 seconds. I don't know. But he missed pawn to d5, right? You can find a lot of these moves without having to consider like the tactics. You don't have to look at pawn to d5. If you're black in this position, all you have to do is ask, why did my opponent move his queen from e2 to f2? Is he stupid? Is he just doing nothing? Like, does it change anything? What does it change? Oh, I see. It puts the queen and bishop on the same battery. The bishop's not going anywhere, though. But what if you were to lift this? Oh, you see how you can, like, arrive at that conclusion? If you start by asking yourself why your opponent played a move, but you have to be willing to ask yourself that question. You can't just be on autopilot. If he had asked himself the question, he wouldn't have fallen for this tactic right here. Sack a pawn temporarily, but we gain it back, and we're going to gain even more. I don't even go after the rook initially. He plays queen to f8, and now we play bishop to c5. I also thought knight to c5 might have been just as, if not better. He plays pawn to a4. If you go rook to d6, for example, rook takes d5, rook to d8, and then you can play like rook here maybe. Actually, not rook there because you can sack. Rook takes d5, rook to c8, and now you take, and white is up the exchange and 2 pawns. Instead, he went for this line, going for the queen for 1 minor piece. I'm up plus 7 points of material. And here, when you're ahead of material, just trade off pieces by when you're up by this much, right? I'm up plus 5 advantage, rook for a queen. The only way my opponent can make something happen with his very limited arsenal is if he keeps all the pieces on the board and harasses my pieces, king and queen, to where they can never get active. By allowing the dark square bishop to come off the board at a -2 advantage, I'm still plus 5, and we see I have way more firepower. I just overwhelm him here. He goes all in trying to get the passed pawn down the board, but I mean, it's not going to do much. Appreciate the GG CJ Moda shout out. Appreciate the 8 roses dot. All right, and we get the George W. What's the bullet rating at? 27-26, eh? I haven't been playing much bullet. Should have played that a move ago. A little rusty. Been playing most of my bullet on mobile. Might explain the rust. Not thrilled with this position one bit. Hit the rook, or hit the queen and the rook. Wait, what is this? No, that wasn't good. Woo! Ay, ay, ay. 5 blunders. Clearly the first bullet gave it the night, but we get the George W. Appreciate the follow. F4LZ. Shout out. Fat Batman dropping the confetti. Alright. Lands with the 7. It's core. We're in the gaming top 100? No way. That just said we're 88th on the gaming top 100 leaderboards for the day. Oh, did they just reset? Is it like brand new? I know they reset for the day, right? They reset daily. I think around this time. Could be wrong. Either way, I gotta go. What? I'm too slow. I couldn't figure out. There was definitely a way to win there. Oh no, apparently it's just a draw. There was no way to keep going. Appreciate the 14 hits Corn Lance. Shout out Just Paul with the Marvelous confetti as well. Fat Batman with the confetti. Shout out. You're in the top 100. I checked it. Let's go, baby. It's not the next day anywhere in America, I don't think. True. It's not, it'd only be 11 o'clock on the East Coast. 11 p.m. Is it possible to play a game with 100% accuracy? It is possible. Closest I've ever come is, I think, playing a game at 98% accuracy. Up against a 2600 National Master. Let's see what he's got. Let's play a close Sicilian. Appreciate the follow, Iroxis. That's a blunder? No. Oh, he treated it like a blunder. I might be in a lot of trouble here. Even though I'm up on material. I have no idea if this works. He's gonna play for the win. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go. But I gotta go. Taking up too much time. Oh, I missed that. Nice find by the ops. Nice find. Oh, minus 11. Appreciate the follow, Mukbang. Shout out. Appreciate the follow, Bryson Hetley. How do you get better at chess? You can get better by reading books. The first chess book I ever read was the book Bobby Fischer Teaches Chess. I recommend it to everyone starting out at the game, whether you plan on playing casually or you plan on getting into the game seriously. I think it's just like a very good tutorial for developing your chess eyes for a game. Got him. Shouldn't pre-move that. He could go knight d6. Oh, baby, that tactic was nice. Alright. Lured him right into that. Look at this little lure, chat. We play bishop to b6. It's just most natural to put your rook in front of the knight, going for the pin, saying, ha, now you can't move the knight. Alright, we didn't even take a second. Look at this. Look at this. Look how much time came off my clock. I was at 27 seconds. We go to 26. Still 26 seconds. Find it beyond instantly. Fat Batman dropping the 2 confettis. Alright. Just wins us the exchange. You have to take because it's in check. And we get the George W. Very, very nice. The name of the book is Bobby Fischer Teaches Chess. It's pinned to the top of my channel on the TikTok shop if you guys want to check it out. I should be playing black against this guy. We just played. But, I mean, I guess I won't complain about getting white twice, but I guess it matters less in Bullet. You're just kind of moving. Is this the same opening we just played? I don't think it is, but I could be off. And I'm never I promise to forget you now. Feeling and the dial tone is all Zod has. I gotta go. I ain't proud of all the punches that I've thrown. In the name of someone Zod no longer knows. Honey, ring and ring, even the cops thought you were wrong for hanging up. I'll dial a drunk, I'll dial a drunk, I'll die for you. It's pouring and couldn't stop it, telling her to slow dance into a mosh pit. Last time I was in the back of a cop car, I fell in love. And it's all the same anyway. No. Zod ain't proud of all the punches that he's thrown. In the name of someone he no longer knows. Honey, ring and ring, even the cops thought you were wrong for hanging up. I'll dial a drunk, I'll dial a drunk, I'll die for you. Couldn't stop it, turning a slow dance into a mosh pit. Oh, baby. Appreciate the follow, Crypto. What's another way to get better at chess? Doing puzzles will help improve your pattern recognition and allow you to spot when your opponents go wrong. I think if you look up Grandmaster games and you use Grandmaster games on like ChessBase, you search up the same opening as you play, you'll see the Grandmasters use your pieces out of the opening in a way you haven't seen before. And while you can't mimic their games, right, it's like trying to watch a master chef cook, right? You can't mimic their what do you call it, years and years of experience, you know. Obviously that's not something that just happens overnight, but you can slow it down and be like, oh, I see, they put their onions in before they saute the garlic or what. Alright, I'm playing a 1-minute chess game, so the cooking, you know, no one's actually doing that in cooking, but the point stands. Alright. Zod ain't proud of all the punches that he's thrown. In the name of someone he no longer knows. Honey, ring and ring, even the cops thought you were wrong for hanging up. I dial a drunk, I dial a drunk, I die for you. He has to give up the rook, because otherwise it's evading that. Oh my goodness, chat. No queen, no problem. Alright, no queen, no problem. I still gotta play quickly, though. Let's put the... Alright, let the fingers fly, put the pedal to the metal here. I have 10 seconds. There's obviously I want to play quickly, but there's no reason to play so quickly. I give him like a free chance. We just go here. GG all she wrote. Alright. Oh, baby. Why the ghost space light on your face? Just the lighting we got, baby. Just the lighting we got. Alright. So out of red, Bobby Fischer teaches chess. What's next? That's a good question. I'm not quite sure what chess book should be completely next, but I think the book How to Reassess Your Chess by International Master Jeremy Silman is a fantastic read. Oh, I wanted to play the Alien Gambit. Gosh darn it. I wanted to play the Alien Gambit so badly, but he played a line where I couldn't play it. Bummer. Ring a ring, even the cops thought you were wrong for hanging up. Zardal's drunk, I'll die for you. My voice is just Gonzo Alonzo. What even is this move? I can't take back. At least not immediately. I should not have played that. Whatever I'm playing, I need to play faster. So much for playing faster. My gosh, man. Treating this like it's a 10-minute rapid game. You guys are treating it like it's a throwaway game up in Rochester. Why did I think this worked? Oh, I don't know what that tactic was. There might have been something there, but not that way. 2790 National Masters. This guy's fast. Appreciate you sharing the live, user 4150. Appreciate the follow, Perma. Up against him again, round 2. Definitely going to have to treat him way differently than these 2600s I've been playing. Got to match the speed, or do my best to. I don't know if that's the right spot for the knight. But, it's bullet. I hesitate, I die. And Zod, you hesitate, you will die. I think there's a million reasons that doesn't work, yeah. Ah, wait. I go here, I take. He takes my queen, but I take his queen. And he takes my rook, but I can take his rook. Oh, but he has... Yep, he has knight takes d6 at the end. It's an unfortunate turn of events from a game most well played. Alright, I need some practice with speed. So I'm not going to resign here. I'm just going to blitz as quickly as I'm able. And while I don't think I can hold on or survive nearly long enough... Oh my gosh! That checkmate was nasty! Appreciate you sharing the live, Acely Singer. Appreciate the follow, Lazome. Oh my gosh. Swada Nusa R9 YouTube. I guess this guy has a YouTube channel. Have you played against Witty Aliens Odd? I haven't. Which is kind of odd, because we're pretty close in ratings online, I think. I think he's like 2600 at Bullet. And his rapid rating is like 2350, if I'm not mistaken. But I also don't know his streaming hours, so maybe when I'm streaming, he's not, or vice versa. I feel so slow on computer some games. My tactical vision is still there, like spotting things like that. which is the only reason I'm not like losing every game. Because speed-wise, oof, we are not there. We are not there. Instead of we do not care, it's we are not there. Let's go here. I gotta try and get to the... cut to the chase with this game, you know? Why can't I move? Something's gotta give! Oh, I don't know if I should have played it like that. Alright, chat, we aren't winning games unless I play faster. I'm gonna have to up the speed here, because I'm just not playing up to speed. Alright. Too slow, too slow. No hesitation, no thinking. Appreciate the follow, Isaiah. He streams early morning US time? Ah, well, there you go. We do stream at very different times. Not a morning person for streaming or for being awake. Appreciate the follow, Palolo. Shout out. Do a puzzle rush, Zod? You guys want to see a puzzle rush? Alright, let me get one more dub in Bullet. Then I'll do a puzzle rush to end the stream. We have been live for over 5 hours today, and that's just this stream. I was live for about 2.5 hours earlier. It's the weekend, so we're on the grind. I played against this streamer before. He's very good. This 2800 National Master. We go back and forth. Hopefully I can get the better of him in this one. We'll see. Six. I don't believe in it. I'll just go here. Oh, I didn't... Ah. I just completely missed that. It's not something you can afford to miss. No! Come on! I wanted my bishop over there. The hunter can become the hunted. Okay, see, that's kind of an insane trick. But it doesn't work. I hung checkmate at the end. Oh, well played. I just lost it. Man, I'm still so much slower than I am on mobile. So much slower. I just don't have control over the mouse. Part of it is that I haven't practiced Bullet, but if you guys could see my streaming setup, I have like a very little amount of table for me to swipe back and forth. So I can make short moves that only go like here very quickly, but moves that where I go all across the board take a little longer. So I'm slower in time scrambles. But what are you going to do? Eventually I'll probably do a stream where I push for like 2800 Bullet and just hook my phone up, but I have to get a new iPhone charger before I do that. How do you pre-move on mobile? You have to turn it on in settings. Let's play. I'm not playing viewers in this stream, but if you give the channel a follow, I have a lot of streams where I play against the viewers. Hey Zod, how's it going? It's going pretty good tonight. Play bullet on a small screen? I don't know. I don't want to have to like squint. That's a good idea to make up for the lack of ground though. But I don't want to have to like squint to see the pieces and stuff, you know? I'm like missing a square because my board's too small. Playing very unorthodox this game. But unorthodox in bullet is fine as long as you move quickly. Really anything in bullet is fine as long as you move quickly, right? As long as you give it that little asterisk of, yeah, but I'm playing it quickly. Then usually it's fine. Not always, but usually. Go here. Ooh, I missed this. I gotta be careful I'm not the one in trouble. Defend the knight. Both were under attack. Go, you gotta go. Don't panic, though. I keep seeing my time and panicking. I need to stop doing that. Like, I know I'm slower, but... Oh, my gosh. I knew there was a mating net. I just couldn't figure out how to get my king out of mate. Pawn to f3 just blundered it. Let's go again. Gotta pick up the speed. I say that I know I feel like a broken record when I say I'm a lot slower on a PC than mobile. Let's go. Can I move? Oh my gosh. My mouse just gets stuck. I'm sure part of that is I need to recalibrate it, but like I said before, my current streaming setup isn't really built for bullet, at least not on PC. But I still enjoy it. I could have gone b4 to win the game. Gotta be careful not to get in my own head about the clock, though. Yeah. Come on, move. Move! What? I'm just sitting here like, what? What is going on? Let the fingers fly. We get the fork. Got him. I mean, the king and pawning game would have been winning, but... Alright, let's see if we can get back up to 27 hundo. Then I'll do a puzzle rush to end the night. Appreciate the follow username. Shout out, baby. Guess you gotta upgrade the software. Part of it is I need to just get a larger playing surface for my mouse. I only have about, like, this much, so I can't sling the mouse across. And the other part is I have arcade animations turned on, which gives you the really cool outlines after you move. But... turning arcade animations on, it also factors in for Puzzle Rush a little bit. Slows down the game, so your opponents can react to your moves a little faster than they'd normally be able to, meaning your top speed is also little limited because of that. So it's not quite ideal for bullet, but you know, you find a way, or you do your best. Get a pawn here, or you might sack the exchange. Now pawn. Let's bust the position open. Let's break it open. Bust. Oh, the rook! His rook was just hanging! Gosh darn it. I think he thought I was going king to g4. Alright, we're gonna do a puzzle rush to end the stream here. I've been live for almost 5.5 hours. Appreciate the follow Ninja Poo Poo. Appreciate the follow Shiro Gang. Over 500 new follows on the stream today, chat. I think over 1,000 new total. So I appreciate all the support. I always have some music playing whenever I do a. This is a good ending song for the stream. And every highway and more, what's more than this? I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do, saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful. Could have captured with the knight for the fork. That was more forcing. Oh, I should take him with the queen. 36. Not shabby. Not shabby. All right. His face? I was definitely locked in monster chat. What do you want from me, right? I'm not posing for GQ over here. Trying to solve some chess puzzles. Ay, ay, ay. Appreciate the gaming keyboard. Dr. Patrick, appreciate the heart me. Thank you guys so much for stopping by the stream chat. Alright, I appreciate all the support we've been getting. It's been unreal. The channel's growing like crazy. I might be back for a short late night stream tonight. Probably not though. I think I'm going to do an early stream tomorrow because I got to rest up. I got a hockey game tomorrow. But thank you guys seriously so much for all the support, chat. Alright, I appreciate it. Bye bye, MJ. I mean, I'll take being the biggest pop star of all time. Make sure you guys check out the YouTube channel, alright, Generals Chess. Appreciate the two roses, Name Goyen and Chess Mogger, alright. Make sure to follow YouTube channel, Generals Odd Chess. I lost my train of thought for a second there. All right. Make sure to join the Discord. Link to join the channel Discord is in the channel bio. We've had to delay Guess the ELO by a day or two, but we're either going to do it Sunday or Monday. All right. And then we're going to do Game of the Week. So join the Discord. Link to do that is in the channel bio. Thank you guys again for all the support, chat. I appreciate it. We will be live again tomorrow, probably earlier in the day, and then I'll be live a little later than normal tomorrow night because I have a hockey game, and then I'll probably be meeting a buddy at a bar to watch sports. So it might be different streaming time than normal tomorrow. But remember, chat, all right, as always, to end the stream, baby, when the world is cruel, choose to be kind, chat, all right? I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Nighty night to YouTube as well. All right, YouTube.